With the start of every new season, the first few chapters start to get written in front of our very own eyes. Welcome along, everybody, to the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium, for the commencement of the 17th season of the BNL Karting series. Here in the Limburg region of Belgium, this circuit, Karting Genk, has been in operation now for what will be 4 decades, celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. At this point, this is where we start the road to Sarno. And at the end of this season, we will have 6 champions, and we will also give away 5 tickets to this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which take place at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno, southern Italy, between the 19th and the 26th of October. There you can see the upcoming timetable for this afternoon, a total of 15 races, all of which will then decide who will be the ranking after heats leader. New format for 2024 also changes the landscape. We go from a traditional double-day race format per weekend to heats, super heats, and finals. What's more, we've already had time qualifying this morning, so now the drivers are revved up and ready to go racing. And what's more, you will be along for the ride for the entirety of this 2024 season. We'll be heading to 3 circuits, including this one for the season opener here, and then the last week of September, we will return here to crown our champions and give away the tickets to the grand finals. Along the way, we'll be heading to 2 other venues. Another trip further south in Belgium to Karting de Fang for the 2nd round of the season, and then the penultimate round of the championship will be going to Germany. We'll be heading to Western Germany to Kartbahn Kerpen in August of this year. So the grid is being cleared for the first of 15 heats this afternoon. So in competition, as we've had since last season, mini rookie, junior, senior, DD2 and Masters, and a warm welcome along to the more than 160 people watching on the official BNL Karting Series YouTube channel. We will also be posting the official winners of the heats and give you the ranking after heats leaders this evening once the dust has settled. Hello to Yannick Dillon cheering on for Maxime Dirix, who will be taking part in the majority of this season. Had a good catch up with the man from Shepherd's Racing. He's going to be competing in the ADAC Prototype Cup Germany in the Duquesne LMP3. Their opening race, funnily enough, happens in just a couple of weeks' time at Spa-Francorchamps between the 18th and the 21st of April. Maxime will be in competition a little bit later on. Karel Stout, a regular that we've seen over the years in karting here in the BNL, and is also a multi-time Swiss Rotax champion. Part of the DriveX Young Junior Driver program at the moment, and is looking to move up into F4 in the not-too-distant future, hopefully. Mr. Adam hoping that Jaden Teen wins in Senior Rotax, where Jaden has been on a bit of a roll this year so far. But we are seconds away for our first of 15 heats. It's going to be mini and mini rookie. Race 1, heat 1, and it's going to be groups B versus C. We're just about 25 seconds away from the drivers being released. So let's get underway with the first starting grid of the season. It is Mini and Mini Rookie. Heat 1, Groups B versus C. Pole position earlier on today went to AJ Berggraaf from the Netherlands. Will be joined by Jensen Chalk alongside on the front row. Jensen had success in Dubai earlier on this year and also won the Grand Festival in his respective class at this very circuit. Victor Reutz and Maria Roberto line up on row 2 with Patrikas Jokius and Vit Kubera on row number 3. Arthur Faro and last year's mini rookie champion Jack Freeman round out row 4, completing the top 10, representing Lithuania and the United Arab Emirates respectively. It's Marius Mazinas and Ava Lawrence. Ryan Rampadath and Nikita Lubimov line up on row 6 ahead of Oliver Spencer and Devrim Yater. Row 8, it's Andreas Gjellerup from Denmark and Jesse Moonen from Belgium. Row 9, it's Staffan Iskanen and Kimi May. Completing the top 20, it's Canada's Sebastian Demoissac and Pauline Van Preek from Belgium. Rodrigo Kakers, Amelie Davy, Dayan Habits, George Lobkis, Arthur Ferro, Mikkel Grantins, Toras Imnikas, Klaus Hans, Tavidas Dagis and Tristan Abils round out the 30-strong grid. And also good to see Ilari Hammanen watching from home. I see you've been a very, very busy bee yourself, racing all over the place, most recently in Italy, if I remember correctly. But all heats for Mini Rookie and Junior will take place over 7 minutes, plus 1 additional lap. The remainder of the 194 drivers we've got here this weekend. So that's Senior, DD2 and Masters, 10 minutes, plus 1 additional lap. The sun is very much on our sides here at Karting Genk. Temperature set to hit north of 25 degrees Celsius. But it's perfect conditions for the drivers and for racing. All 30 drivers getting into the 2x2 rolling start formation here at Karting Genk. Red lights on the gantry, into the tram lines. Lights are on, full start. All the nerves have kicked in already. So it's going to be one more tour. They're sent around by race director Martin Leiner once again for another lap of this circuit. The butterflies are very much in the stomachs. So the drivers will have to go around again and reset, refocus, and get the racing blinkers on. So in the mini rookie category, each of the drivers will compete in 2 of the 3 heats. So split into 3 groups, A, B and C. Seniors, with 70 of the 194 drivers in this paddock this weekend. They will have 6 races, comprising of 4 groups. Each driver will take part in 3 heats respectively. And the same for with regards to mini and rookie also applies to junior and DD2 and DD2 Masters. So top 10, it's Berggraaf, Chalk, Reutz, Roberto, Jokius, Kubera, Faro, Freeman, Mazinas and Lawrence. The red lights reignite on the starting gantry once again. Calm before the storm, as they say. Because the Rotax Raw is ready to re-emerge here at the home of champions. Into the tram lines, lights are on, lights are out. We're underway for the first heat in 2024. Berggraaf leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Victor Reutz staying right behind him, gets the race lead, but there's a clash between the top 3. Jensen Chalk was on the outside of turn 2, using the runoff areas. We've got a multi-card incident straight on at turn number 4. And the 106. And we got more dramas. The 142 of Oliver Spencer was turned around, was pointing to the inside apex of turn 6. And straight away, the drama has already unfolded. And AJ Berggraaf is now down into 4th place. He's just been passed by Jensen Chalk going through turn 8. But it's Victor Reutz who leads the way Patrikas Jokius for the GS Racing Club representing Lithuania is in second. Chalk and Berggraf were very quick in qualifying. There's going to be a change for fifth. Just behind, looks to be two Dan Holland racing carts, if I'm very much mistaken. One of which will be Jack Freeman, who's just got through on Arthur Farrow. So, Reitz leads by just over half a second ahead of Jokius. And look how close AJ Berggraf is onto the back bumper of Jensen Chalk heading into turn 6. So the quartet at the front end were covered by just under 1.1 second. Look how late on the brakes Jensen Chalk was. Full commitment by the 164 from the United Kingdom. Trying to close in on Patrikas Jokius. It was Sebastian de Moisac who unfortunately is out of the race after turn 4 on the opening lap. There's still plenty of battles up and down the order. Maria Roberto outside of the top 15 at the moment. So not been easy for the 152, but Victor Reitz leads us over the line to complete lap 2. Fastest lap of the race, AJ Berggraf in 4th place. He's looking for the move, he's going for 2 for the price of 1, and has he got it? He's going to try around the outside of turn 3. What about 4? Chalk is back up the inside of him. Through 4, into 5, and retakes the place. But oh, mistake there from Jensen Chalk. Sliding into the back bumper ever so slightly of Patrikas Jokius. And that allows AJ Berggraf to get through for 3rd place. And whilst they're squabbling, this is going to allow Victor Reitz to get away. But Jack Freeman has been putting in some rather quick laps. He's the fastest one out there. 1 minute, 0.969. Victor Reitz has at least got more than half a second. It's more like 8 to 9 tenths. There's a change for second. That's Berggraf up the inside of Jokius. We now complete lap number 3. The lead is now 1.3 seconds and climbing. And Jack Freeman is only 8 tenths of a second behind Jensen Chalk. So this squabble at the front end, well, it's allowed Victor Reitz to escape. It's also allowing Jack Freeman to close in, and Jack Freeman very deep on the brakes, but had full composure with the Lando Norris car underneath him to get the job done. And he's about 6 to 8 kart lengths behind Jensen Chalk at this meantime, as AJ Berggraf taking a very unconventional line going through into turn 9, nearly opening the door for Jokius, the Lithuanian, just behind him. Chalk and Freeman. Freeman now joins the party. So we're past the halfway point in this opening mini rookie heat, and it's been a bit of a dramatic one. There's going to be a change a little bit further back. That is for 6th. I think Nikita Lubimov has just got through. Yes, he has, on Albert Farrow. So Jack Freeman very much has 3 in the crosshairs. But AJ Berggraf has not relented on the pace. Freeman, another new fastest lap, mainly because of the fact he's right at the wheel tracks of Jensen Chalk. He just did a 1 minute, 0.563. So coming up to 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap in this race. Victor Reitz leads by nearly 1.2 seconds. Ahead of Berggraf, Jokius, Chalk, Freeman. There's the 2 of Lubimov and Farrow. Mazinas is in 8th. Vit Kubera and Ava Lawrence round out the top 10. Temperature not only increasing on the ambient side, it's 22 degrees Celsius now. It's definitely more than become like the floors become lava here at Genk, but Berggraf has closed that gap again. It was nearly 1.2 seconds. New fastest lap by Berggraf, as there's the move from Jack Freeman up the inside of Jensen Chalk to try and go for P4. Chalk defends through turn 3, and Freeman, great switch back there from the 193. Through on Jensen Chalk at turn 4, and that is 4th place for the Dan Holland racing driver. But Jensen Chalk is not going to give that up, and looks to the inside. Gets through at turn 7, retakes 4th position. So AJ Berggraf has definitely got something in the tank, as Jack Freeman has just unfortunately lost the back end. Coming through out of turn 8. And yeah, just lost the back end, trying to rotate the kart through turn 8, and he's lost quite a bit of time and a few positions. So he's behind Vic Kubera and also Ava Lawrence. So Jensen Chalk now 4th. And AJ Berggraf is closing that gap further still to Victor Reutz. We're on to the penultimate lap of this race. The gap was 0.535 after 6 laps. So Victor Reutz has just had to keep a calm head on cool shoulders as they go through turn 6 at the Europlan and then down the back straightaway. Long look over the right shoulder by Patrikas Jokius to see where Jensen Chalk is, and finds out that he's 2.1 seconds behind him. But now Berggraf is looking to get back in front. Sharp end of the field. Victor Reutz now will have to start defending, because next time around we're going to go on to the last lap of this race. And Berggraf, is he going to look for the move through at turn 12? The answer is no. Last lap now underway. Victor Reutz has led pretty much every single lap so far, but now he's going to start defending. Berggraf sweeps to the outside. Now into turn 2. And a tight apex taken by Berggraf. Might get the run out of turn 6 and down the Europlan. That's probably the best course of action for the 171. Sweeps to the outside at turn 6 to get the crisscross, get the over-under, and Reutz is going to push it to the right-hand side of the circuit, deny AJ Berggraf, and that nearly opens the door for Patrikas Jokius to get through and steal second place, and Berggraf runs wide. Patrikas Jokius gets through for second position through the exit of turn number 8. It all started from Victor Reutz's stern defence down the Europlan and into turn 7. Now out of 11, one more corner to go. And they are swarming like a hive of bees right now. Who's going to go for it? Oh, Reutz has run a little bit wide. Patrikas Jokius sends it up the inside, and the Lithuanian, by 0.166 of a second, takes the win. And, well, hang on a second. Did AJ... Now, I did see AJ Berggraf slow. I think he didn't even... I'm looking to see... Wait, AJ Berggraf... Where did he place? I cannot believe... AJ Berggraf placed 5th. He slowed down, crossed the line and pulled the kart to the right-hand side and broke down right in front of... Well, the race director is there with AJ Berggraf at the moment. But Patrikas Jokius taking the biggest opportunity possible and takes the win in the opening heat. Heat 1, Groups B versus C by 0.166 of a second. Victor Reutz had led every lap until that final corner. Jensen Chalk takes P3 ahead of Nikita Lubimov. AJ Berggraf, despite slowing down to a halt, finishes 5th ahead of Arthur Faro. Mayus Mazinas, Oliver Spencer, Jack Freeman and Ava Lawrence ran out the top 10. Vit Kubera, Jesse Moonen, Ryan Rampadarath ran out the top 13. Jesse Moonen, the highest placed mini rookie in the class in 12th. Kimi May and Andreas Kellerup round out the top 15 ahead of Devrim Yater. George Lopkis, Pauline Van Preet, Maria Roberto and Tafe Niskanen completing the top 20 with Mikkel Grantins, Albert Ferro, Amelie Davy, Rodrigo Kakas, Tauvidas Dagis, Tarasim Nikas, then Klav Hans, Dayan Habits, and Tristan Abils being the last of the classified finishers. Unfortunately, we lost on the opening lap at turn 4. Sebastian Demoissac from Canada. Time for Heat 2, and it's Senior Rotax. It's Heat 1, Groups A versus B. And look at that, a capacity 36 strong grid. Here's your starting order. Sverre Ubben was the fastest driver overall in time qualifying earlier on today. He'll be a Belgian all front row. Boluet, who was fastest in the slower group, lines up on the front row. Recent crowned British O-Plate champion Macaulay Bishop lines up alongside Jaden Teen, who's also on a bit of a roll at the moment on row 2. Row 3, it's Jan Pinto and Tom Langlois, with Knud Nielsen and Wood Kirstens running at the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10, Julian Glosman and the defending champion, Kai Hunter. New colours this year for the 385. No longer with DHR, now Hunter Motorsport. Omar Ganoum and Jort van Wyk round out row number 6. Lauren Legault from Canada and the Netherlands, Sam Bergstein, complete row 7. Danny Shields, Artyom Sestikovs, Tino Sidler, Roman Rodionovs, Leonardo Principali and Gustav Uzakovs rounds out the top 20. Uzakovs apparently has not crossed the timing beam, according to what I'm seeing at the moment. Then follow that up with Christoph Sala, David Altleichner, Scott Westhoven's, Puck Gubbles, Freddie Ingram, Alexandru Volta, Laro Kuhernidze, Luka Den Hartog, Vasil Apostolowski from Macedonia, ahead of Bram Blomp, Noyus Gerolaitis, Dante Sima, Noah Carlson, Marta Spike, Benjamin Van Hees, and Ralph van der Paver. That is your 36 strong grid. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Champions over the years include Dylan LaHaye, Joe Turney, Sean Butcher and Kai Rilets, amongst many, many others through the Roll of Honour. So it is going to be down to Sverre Ubben and Boluet on the front row to control the pace. Red lights are on the gantry, out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Lights are on. Lights are out first time. We're underway for seniors for 2024 as Sverre Ubben tries to control the field heading into turns 1 and 2. And a big incident just outside of the top 10. It's caused pinball wizardry at turn number 2. And someone's already had the exhaust baffles knocked off the back of their cart. The 371, Christoph Sala, the Austrian, started 21st and has tumbled to the back end of the order. Someone slowing, coming down the Europolan. Not too sure who that might have been, but there's going to be a change for the race lead. Sverre Ubben has lost out, and it's Jaden Teen that leads the way. Sverre Ubben in second. Third, it's Macaulay Bishop. Fourth, it's Boluet. Into turn 10 they go for the first time. As a couple of drivers coming together through turn number 10, but it's going to be Jaden Teen, who has won multiple different engagements this year so far. He leads by 6.5 tenths as Bishop looks to go up the inside as Sverre Ubben into turn 2, makes the run through and gets the job done. Jan Pinto now up behind Sverre Ubben and is now 4th. Heat stay is all about conservation, keeping your nose clean, gaining those places as Sverre Ubben could be under threat very shortly. And gets a touch from the 393 of Jan Pinto. Kai Hunter's trying to get up the inside of Boluet through at turn number 8. They nearly clash sidewalls and side pods, and Hunter manages to force the issue round the outside, but it's 4 wide out of turn 9. Everyone's scrabbling for traction. And big moment! Big moment there. That was the 314 that just mounted over the right side. Tom Langlois on Kai Hunter. And Kai Hunter, you can see by the body language, Tom Langlois went for a lunge that was not really on, and it took out the defending champion on the first race of the season. That means that Langlois is not going to be on Hunter's Christmas card list anytime soon. Meantime, the battle continues onwards, and Freddie Ingram very much has got his elbows out, gets through on Sverre Ubben at turn 5. And with that is Knud Nielsen. He's just got through as well in the meantime. Oh dear, the battle lines are more. Oh, there's another incident through, this time through turn 7. And it was the 336 that went for the move. Tino Sidler. And he's stuck. Oh, at the most precarious of places coming out of the turn 7 chicane. So Leonardo Principali out. Omar Ghanum out. Kai Hunter out. Never would I have thought that that would have happened within the first 3 minutes of the opening heat of the season. So we get back to the sharper end of the field, and there is Knud Nielsen trying to close on in, and there's a scramble. That looks to be the 357. Sestikovs running with MRG Racing. Marta Spike running with RM Latvia. The team using the Sodi carts. And his side-by-side has got behind her Christoph Sala, who goes up the inside as well. Oh, that was very, very close indeed. And there's another cart mounting the back of another one. Again, it's just people just trying to go for gaps that really aren't quite there, or trying to make, opportunities out of a situation that may not come their way, as we get a nice little exchange through into turn number 10. And Darren Smith, if you think Jano Otmir is racing, he doesn't race in Rotax, he races elsewhere. We've got a cart pulling into pit lane. Roman Rodinovs is now out. So is Sidler. Boluetta's ended up down in 29th. But Jaden Teen has pulled away quite a big old gap, just under 2.1 seconds. It's a DHR 1-2 at the moment, thanks to Macaulay Bishop, Jan Pinto, Julian Klausmann, and Freddie Ingram, who started 25th, is now running P5. Lauren Legault, in the meantime, is trying to close in on Sverre Ubben. Latest casualty, that was Noah Carlson pulling into pit lane. So Teen leads as we hit half-time by 2.2 seconds ahead of Macaulay Bishop. Jan Pinto rounds out the top 3, followed by Julian Klausmann, Freddie Ingram, Jort van Wyk, Knud Nielsen. Sverre Ubben is now behind, is behind Freddie Ingram, it looks like. Well, Lauren Legault, Bram Plomp has made up 20 positions. Gustav Zuzakovs in 11th, and, well, so if anyone asks about any... right, Sandro Riccio, Enzo, father and friends are watching live from snowy Finland. Thank you very much. So, Derek Smith and the Speedway guy, they are not neither of them are racing in this category or in this championship. So, move by the 323 of Jort van Wyk. And that was on the 369 of Freddie Ingram. That's a change for 5th place. They now come through turn number 6 and head down the Europlan. So thank you very much for... I was just actually about to say that, Optic Danny, that he's running with Misha Sharudin and Jimmy Broadbent as Super GT at the Nürburgring this weekend. In a M4 GT4, I think. We've had a rate of attrition. Gustav Zusakovs might be the latest casualty in what has also been a dramatic filled opening heat. But we now have 7 laps completed so far. Sverre Ubben has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 55.421. Got 3 minutes to go. And at the minute, well, Jort van Wyk is closing in on Julian Klausmann through turn 7. Now into the sweeper here at 8. Next to nothing between them, but Freddie Ingram is not hanging around either. Knud Nielsen's battling away with Sverre Ubben, and that's for 7th place. Laurent Legault and Bram Plomp aren't that far behind. Top 10 after the previous lap were covered by 7.7 seconds. And Jaden Teen continues to fractionally extend that lead at the front end of the field, whereas Jort van Wijk is looking for a move to get through on Julian Kloosman for that 4th place. So through into turn 4, now into 5. And into the right-hand 180-degree hairpin here at turn 6. Yes, Clinkers, Jaden Teen is absolutely flying at the moment. Consistent, fast laps, and kept his head a little bit cooler than a few people that have done so. So, Luca Den Hartog has just dropped to 30th, so we still have 30. Out of the 36 starters still competing in this opening heat. So, just realised that they are having to track Gustav Uzukovs by the old-fashioned method because there's no transponder on the 304. Another driver that has become the latest retirement, Benjamin Van Hees, was halfway up the field, started 35th, was 17th, and has just pulled off to the side of the circuit, and that's on the inside on the grass at turn number 9. And still, this battle continuing on. This is for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. So Sverre Ubben quickly getting past Knud Nielsen a couple of laps ago and has now made it to possibly getting into the top 5 at least. So Jaden Teen is already making his way into turns 1 and 2. We head on to the penultimate lap, lap 11 out of 12. There's going to be multiple places exchanged because Julian Kloosman has lost out not just 4th, not just 5th, and also 5th now. Sverre Ubben could have had the opportunity to get through on Julian Kloosman. Kloosman now down to 6th place, so that means Jort van Wijk is 4th, Freddie Ingram 5th. Let's see, can there be a little bit of pressure applied? Sverre Ubben goes for the move through into turn 9, neatly done. That's P6 for the Belgian driver. So the timer has expired, and next time around, we now head back to our race leader, Jaden Teen from the Netherlands. And starts off the 12th and final lap of this race with a 2.2 second advantage over Macaulay Bishop. Jan Pinto in 3rd place. Jort van Wijk having to hold off on this final lap. Freddie Ingram from KR Sport in the 369 entry. Sverre Ubben, Julian Kloosman. Knud Nielsen has also started closing in the dying stages, along with Laurent Legault, the Canadian based out of Montreal, rounds out the top 9. Jaden Teen continues to show that he is going to be a one to be reckoned with at every single championship he competes in. So, out of the final corner, it's been attrition filled, it's been dramatic, but Jaden Teen, it's been faultless. The Dutch driver takes the win in the opening heat by 2.5 seconds ahead of Macaulay Bishop, making it a DHR 1-2. Jan Pinto 3rd, Jort van Wijk 4th, Freddie Ingram 20 places up the order to finish in 5th. Sverre Ubben, Julian Kloosman, Knud Nielsen, Laurent Legault and Bram Plomp round out the top 10. One position away from making the top 10. From last on the grid, finishes 11th, Ralf van der Pavert in 11th place. Ahead of Latvia's Artyom Sestakovs, Danny Shields, Lado Kuhanice, David Outlashner ran at the top 15, with Macedonia's Vasil Apostolowski in 16th. Christoph Saller from Austria 17th, ahead of quite a few Dutch drivers, Scott Westhovens, Dante Sima, Sam Bergstein, Puck Gubbels and Wout Kirstens, who ran at the top 22. Tom Langlois finished 23rd, ahead of Boluet, with Marta Spike, Noya Sherolaitis, Alexandru Volta, and Gustav Zusakovs rounding out the 28 finishers. In that race, Benjamin Van Hees broke down on lap 8. Luca Den Hartog, Noah Carlson, Tino Sidler, and Romans Rodionovs retired on lap 3 and 2, respectively. Biggest disaster for Kai Hunter, the defending champion. The incident involving Tom Langlois taking him out on turn 10 on lap 2. And then Omar Ganoum and Leonardo Principali out on the opening lap.
Driver announcement to Barbados Drivers, that is driver number 196, Linmax, plus entrant, report the stewards immediately. That's driver 196, Linmax, please report to the stewards immediately. Thank you.
So let's have a look at the starting grid for the next heat, which is Senior Heat 3. Well, Heat 2, and it's Race 3 of the meeting. Groups C versus D. It's going to be Lawrence Herboz and Robbie Storder on the front row. Mario Sidler and Mika van der Pavet, who's got the moniker from me that he's been named Sonic the Hedgehog in kart form. Line up on row 2. Vic Stevens and Arthur Hobart round out row 3 with Archie Button and Thomas Behrman on row 4. Teresa Babichkova and Mateo Dankovic on row 5, completing the top 10. Armand Hamilton and Sebastian Koch round out row 6. Row 7, it's George Nassar and Elia Papacena. Ollie Yonkers and Annabelle Bryant round out row 8. Luca Prima, Debian Horst, Eva Anagnostiadis and Ruben Verheyen round out row number 10, completing the top 20. Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Emily De Hoys, Alex Duncan, Emma Scarborough, Carl Korenik, Magnus Brandt, Manolo Sendin, Carlos Sasso, Adish Mehta, Carlis Kirikovs, Simon Pierre, Christopher Holst, Jake Bezelbeck and Arnaud Sabourin round out the 34 strong. So once again, we will have 10 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap of racing. Now, for those new to the stream, Speedway Guy, just also to give you a little bit of a heads up, every single result called by myself are provisional, pending any technical and sporting matters to be resolved post-session. So I just thought I'd give you that little trinket. But a big thank you to, God crikey, I can't believe I'm saying this early in the stream. 326 people watching, and we are approaching nearly 1,600 subscribers so far. So out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out, we're underway, first time of asking. Lawrence Herboz leads the field into turns 1 and 2. As Mario Sidler manages to squeeze past and get through into P2. Very, very close into turn 3. 2, 3 wide at points as, oh, we've had a rollover and a flip. And the driver is unscathed out of the cart, back on their feet. I cannot believe what I've just seen. A big, big moment. Driver being attended to by the marshal. That was a big, big roll. The driver is in discomfort but is walking. Someone else has got a noisy exhaust out on the circuit. So we are waiting to see I'm waiting to see what the race director has in mind. Whether we might have I'm not too sure what might happen, but if the Marshall crew here at Team MKG, as always, we've got a yellow flag at Marshall Post 7 off of turn 12. So yellow flags. Have we had an incident down there? Not 100% sure. Trying to look outside of the commentary box. Carter's got going again. So oh dearie me. Not too sure who was the one that went over and over, but it was a big roll and the driver got literally flung from the cart. There is an exhaust, the main part of the exhaust, there's one cart that is noisy as I don't know anything. Waiting to see if we have a mechanical black flag being shown on the digital flag very, very shortly. But someone is running with an exhaust that is not legal. It is way too noisy, and that is a mechanical black flag. Can't really make out who it is, but 8 minutes and 3 to go. Lawrence Herboz leads the way, Mario Sidler in second. It was the 387. Looked like it might have been Simon Pierre that was the one that had the rollover, the 340. Adish Mehta out as well, and it is the 387, Arthur Hobart, that has pulled it into pit lane. Meantime, there is a good little battle happening between Armand Hamilton and Vic Stevens. This is for 6th place on the road. They come through turn number 7. And a little bit further ahead, there is a 2x2 side-by-side moment happening down into turn number 12. It might be, well, Teresa Babičková. It's great to see her back in the paddock. So let's see what's going on after lap number 3. Well, Babičkova's got to find 1.4 seconds, but there's going to be a change for the race lead. Robbie Stauder through on Lawrence Herboz. And there is Mario Sidler from Switzerland. Elder brother to Tino, who was in the opening heat. And there goes Mario up the inside. Nice and neatly done through at turn 6. So Lawrence Herboz, with a handful of corners, drops from the race lead and goes down to P3. Mika van der Parve is right with Teresa Babičková, who is running 4th. And now van der Parve is through on the Czech driver. Also, one of the other interesting things, the Carlos Sainz, the CS55 chassis has been released. Funnily enough, there was an announcement just a couple of weeks, within the last couple of weeks, that Hunter Motorsport have become the sole distributors for that chassis in the United Kingdom. Of course, for those wondering, the initials CS and 55 relate to Scuderia Ferrari driver for this year, Carlos Sainz. But at the front end of the field, Robbie Stauder starting to pull away from Mario Sidler and Lawrence Herboz. The top 3 covered by about 0.6 of a second. Fastest lap of the race so far. Well, it's outside of the top 10. It's the driver in 13th place, Tonis Johannes Domingas, 57.371. We've lost Arthur Robin. We are now going to lose another driver. Karl Korenik from Estonia is going to be out of the race on lap 3. So at the minute, it is Stauder from Sidler, Herboz, van der Parve, Babičková, Vic Stevens in 6th. Armand Hamilton being chased down by Archie Buttle. Mateusz Denkovic now 9th ahead of Thomas Behrman. As there is an exchange between Archie Buttle and Armand Hamilton, and Buttle is through. Neatly done by the Brits. Just over half-time in this second of 6 senior Rotax heats. Top 10 covered by 6.2 seconds. Devian Ross has made his way up from 11th for the Kartstall Benelux team, running on CRG machinery. And also there's another championship, well, there's another championship that made its presence known very much on the internet, and that was Karting Champions League, created by the man Henk de Jong, who also is part of the ownership team at MP Motorsport. So Stauder has the lead. Oh, good crikey, look at this quartet coming through the final corner. That is being led by Domingas, as up the inside, that was the 348 that went through. Ruben Verheyen, nice little move through at turn 2. What have they got behind them? That is going to be, well, Emma Scarborough's there in the 315. She's running with Strawberry Racing, but then MKC Motorsports, Elia Papacena seizes the opportunity and gets through on Emma Scarborough from the US. And they're being closed in on by the likes of Alex Duncan, Ollie Yonkers, Iva Anagnostiidis from Australia, now based full-time out of the UK. Sebastian Koch not too far behind either, and then it's a further second back to Canada's Arnaud Sabaha, who started down in last position in 34th. But Stauder still holding on to just over a half-second advantage at this point. So there's going to be battles up and down the order. Papacena looking for an opportunity to get through on Domingas. That's for 13th place, as it's going to get a bit too close for comfort here. There's the 363 of Alex Duncan running with Hunter Motorsport. As there's going to be a couple of changes a little bit further back. Christopher Holst gets through. Not too sure if that was over Anagnostiidis, as Duncan sends it through into turn 7. And I think that might have been on Luca Brima, possibly, in the 358, which it was, and then the 396 of Anagnostiidis also managed to get through in the meantime. 2¼ minutes still to go. Stordeur still leads. Sidler still second. Herbos and Stevens. Well, Van der Pavert has dropped down a couple of places. Was fourth, now sixth. So Babic Kovac still in fifth. You can see the amount of drivers trying to wrestle with the steering wheels coming through into turn 2. A little bit of a clash a little bit further back and in that mid-pack of the group. So as always, it's never easy when you've got this amount of senior road tax drivers squabbling over the same amount of real estate. So a minute and a half to go, plus an additional lap. There's your leaders coming through across the line. It's Stordeur, Sidler, Herbos, Stevens, Babic-Kova, Van der Pavert. Now Herbos fires it up the inside of Sidler through into turn 1 and 2. Gets the job done. Sidler stays in the wheel tracks nice and easy. Don't make any irrational, uncustomary mistakes. So the good thing is this will give Sidler the impetus to get past and try and get through for a move. And Stevens and Babic-Kova are closing. So they are going to have to watch their rear bumpers very, very closely because they've got two very fast drivers behind them. So Robbie Stordeur, the 317, there has been a change. It looks like Stevens has got through for third. He has done so. Through on Sidler at turn 12. 2 more laps remain. We're on lap 11 out of 12. As the leaders make their way towards the Europolan for the penultimate time. Babic-Kova now dives up the inside through on Sidler. Neat crossover move, but the counter-attack is very much there and prominent. But Babic-Kova has enough straight line speed and Sidler decides to leave it alone and not go for the move. And nearly opens the door for Van der Pavert right behind him. Timer has expired. Next time around we'll go on to the 12th and final lap of this second heat out of 6. It will take us to the third of the way through the heats for the seniors. And Robbie Stordeur looks over his right shoulder, sees Lawrence Herbos is there, rather than Mario Sidler. Gap is nearly 6.5 tenths of a second. Van der Pavert now through on Sidler. And the floodgates could open if the Swiss driver in the 372 is not careful, because he's got Armand Hamilton, Archie Buttle, and Matej Radenkovic in close tow behind. So Robbie Stordeur comes in towards turn number 10 for the final time. Vic Stevens has managed to make his way up into third place. A couple more minutes might have given him the opportunity to go for the win, but it is going to be Robbie Stordeur that wins Heat 2. C versus D in seniors by half a second after 12 laps of racing. There's still more battling going on at the moment, coming down into the final corner. But Robbie Stordeur takes the win. There's still battles happening as they come across the line. Stordeur wins by half a second ahead of Lawrence Herbos, with Vic Stevens rounding out the top 3. Today's Babic-Kova up 5 places from 9th to finish 4th ahead of Mika van der Pavert, Mario Sidler, Armand Hamilton, Archie Buttle, Matej Radenkovic and Thomas Behrman round out the top 10, followed by Devin Host, Ruben Verheyen, Elia Papacena, Ollie Yonkers and Emma Scarborough from the United States rounding out the top 15. Sebastian Koch, Alex Duncan, Luca Prima, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Emily De Hoys, Eva Anagnostiadis, George Nassar, Manolo Sendan, Christopher Holst, Carlos Sasso, Kalis Kirikovs, Arnaud Sabahin, Jake Bezelbeck, Magnus Brandt and Annabelle Bryant rounding out the 30 finishers in the race. Karl Korenik we lost on lap 2, Arthur Hobart on lap 1 and Edi Schmeter and Simon Peer on the opening lap with a big flip for Peer, I suspect. But it's 1 to Jaden Teen. It's 1 to Robbie Stordell.
Driver announcements, driver announcements. For senior Rotax driver 314, Tom Lenoir, plus entrance. Report to the stewards immediately. That's senior Rotax driver 314, Tom Lenoir, plus entrance. So report to the stewards immediately. Thank you.
So, time for race 4. It's Heat 1, Junior Rotax Groups B versus C. Here's your starting grid. Front row from pole position, it's going to be Max Swiderski, and he'll be joined by Des Van Wyk alongside on the front row. Tom Strella and Noah Janssen will be on row 2. Cameron Nelson and Harry Bartle line up on row 3 ahead of Ollie Wise and Kai Clark. Rounding out the top 10, it's Rory Armstrong, and from Trinidad and Tobago, it's Naomi Garcia in the 2:04. Lieke van Berkel and Matthias Jellerup round out row 6. Row 7, it's Tom Reger and Eva Dorrestein. Mate Korbehidze will be joined on row 8 by Latvia's Adrians Tions, with Elliot Surtees and Vlad Tominchuk completing row 9. Enzo Riccio and Ilya Sheremetyev round out the top 20. Completing the 27-strong grid will be Jim Back, Ryan Gandor, Dragos Avisil-Kutai, Will Archer, Bastian Ottensama, Jakub Kubera and Jake Menton. So it's down to Swiderski and Van Wyk on the front row to control the pace. Red lights on the gantry, revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out, first time for Junior Rotax in 2024. There's a turnaround. And that was the 2 on the front row. Oh my goodness, but Swiderski and Van Wyk come together and they both spin off the circuit. That's not what you would have wanted on the front row, but that is oh dear, we've got another incident. Mud, grass on the circuit, one cart backwards the other way, and that was the 2:56. Ollie Wise from the UK, and now weaving from side to side to see if he can lose anything from the chassis, but it has really put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons here in the opening heat for Junior Rotax for 2024. My goodness me, the leaders have a clash. Then we have a clash at turn 4 with 2 carts off the circuit and one backwards pointing the other way. So, who is leading after the opening lap? It's Harry Bartle, the 2:73. Rory Armstrong has got Cameron Nelson up the inside, who now takes second place. Just behind them, that's Kai Clark. As they go through into turn number 5, it's going to be very much just keep it on the black stuff. Don't go a bit too Hail Mary. Armstrong trying to go up the inside through into turn 7 on Nelson, who blocks it. Just behind, they've got the 2:04. There's Naomi Garcia running in the KR Sports awning this weekend. Behind has got the 2:01 from the Netherlands, Eva Dorrestein in the top 6, and just behind looks to be Noah Janssen, I believe, possibly in the 2:31. But look at the lead that Harry Bartle has got. There's up the inside on Rory Armstrong, has gone at least a couple of drivers. Kai Clark and Naomi Garcia have managed to get through on him. Here goes over Dorrestein on the CRG. Gets through. Janssen trying for the crisscross at turn 3. Makes it work through 4. And not too far behind them, you're going to have the likes of Lieke van Berkel in the 2:85. Vlad Tominchuk is there, and I think also Jake Menton could be as well. Tiz van Wyk is now up into 22nd. Swiderski is all the way down at the back end of the field. So this, and we've had another drama. Max Swiderski. Swiderski off again. It's not been a good one for the 297. But there's a bit of a free-for-all coming through out of turn number 11. I count it. And there's another car that's just gone off, I think. Well, I think that was, well, the 221 has just moved slowly into shot. That was Jim Back. Tom Hedger was the driver that went off the circuit at turn number 11. My goodness me, there were nearly 4 abreast. And the person on the outside always gets the short end of the stick and ended up going off the circuit. Meantime, at the there's battles up and down the order as Noe Jansen has got through on Rory Armstrong for position and now is trying to battle away with Naomi Garcia. Eva Dorestein has got through and has pulled a little bit of a gap between herself and Garcia at this moment. So battles up and down the order here in the opening junior road tax heat. Out of 3, all drivers will compete in 2 of the 3 heats. 3 minutes to go. Bartel has a lead of nearly 2.3 seconds and has just also put in a new fastest lap of the race. Noe Jansen looking up the inside of Naomi Garcia. That opens the door for Rory Armstrong to also get through. And Armstrong is looking to try and fire it up the inside of Noe Jansen nice and cleanly to retake the position. And that is, I think that's Jake Menton that has just got through. Yes, that is the 232. Elliot Surtees has retired on lap 2. Jansen was looking for the inside line going into turn 7, but has got Vlad Tomenchuk right up the rear bumper. Coming off of the Europalan. So battles up and down the order once again. Still just under 2 minutes to go. Bartel leads by 2.1 seconds ahead of Nelson, Clark, Dorestein, Armstrong, Menton, Garcia, Tomenchuk, Lieke van Berkel and Noe Jansen round out the top 10. One of the drivers going a little bit wide coming out of turn number 2. Ollie Wise after his lap 1 turn 6 incident. Currently P18 ahead of Matthias Jallerup and Enzo Riccio from Denmark and Finland respectively. So Bartel continuing just to do exactly what he needs to do at the front end of the field and not having much drama behind. Cameron Nelson in the meantime, the 241 from Dan Holland Racing is starting to close that gap bit by bit, but there's less than 60 seconds to go on the clock and it's now just under 2.1 seconds behind. Nelson with the new fastest lap of the race as the 224 of Tomenchuk gets through on the 204 of Garcia. Lieke van Berkel not too far behind. Well, quite literally with the driver from Trinidad and Tobago. Oh, bit of a late move there. Chanced by Noe Jansen, who's outside of the top 10, courtesy of Tom Strehler from Latvia, the young man who's been with DHR for many, many a time. We're down into the final 25 seconds of this race. We've got one more lap to go, so we're on lap number 7. So Harry Bartel now powers out of the final corner. Right, okay. We've got a penalty going to the 261. Will Archer for 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the start. Broke formation early. So 2 more laps to go. We're on to lap 8 out of 9. And more chances happening here. Lieke van Berkel loses not just 1 but 3 places. One of which was to Noe Jansen from Germany. I think also Adrian Tions and Thijs van Wyk also got through. As Janssen looking for another opportunity to make up another place. That could possibly, that is going to be on Naomi Garcia. But Janssen will have one more lap to try and get through. So Harry Bartle now starts the last lap of this opening heat. Heat 1, Groups B versus C. Oh, mistake there by Garcia. Janssen nearly opens the door as well. And Adrian's Tions was the driver that made it through the 271. Ran in Minimax last year. And now makes it through on Garcia. And that was a pretty solid move. Janssen went wide. Garcia also went slightly wide, and it opened the door for Tions to get through on the 204. That's Kai Clark, the 267, but there is the race leader, Harry Bartle, the 273. Is going to make it pretty much an easy bit of work here for this opening heat. Start of P6, it's Harry Bartle who wins Heat 1 in Junior Rotax ahead of Cameron Nelson. Kai Clark sweeps the top 3 for the Brits as Ava Dotterstein edges out Rory Armstrong on the line by 76 thousandths of a second for 4th place. Dotterstein started 14th, finished 4th. Strela finishes 6th ahead of Jake Menton, who started, get this, last, finishes P7. Ties van Wyk, Noe Janssen, Adrian Tions, Vlad Tomenchuk, Naomi Garcia, Lika van Berkel, Ryan Gandor, and Ilya Sheremetyev ran at the top 15. Dragos Avisil Kutai, Mate Koperhidze, Ollie Wise, Bastian Odotama, Matthias Jellerup ran at the top 20. Enzo Riccio, Tom Reja, Jakub Kubera, Max Sudurski, Jim Back, Will Archer round out the 26 finishes, and unfortunately on lap 3 we lost Elliot Surtees.
announcement of Emily de Hoyes, senior road tracks driver 339. That's Emily de Hoyes, senior road tracks 339 plus entrant reports to stewards immediately. That's senior road tracks, Emily de Hoyes, 339 plus entrant to come to stewards immediately, please. Thank you.
Okay, time for race 5 of the meeting. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's Heat 1, Groups B versus C. Here's your starting grid. Well, it's two former teammates on the front row. Nicolas Guillaume and Maxime Derix line up alongside each other with Guillaume on pole. Nikita Genza, joined by Imke Arts on row 2 with the Christensens. That's William and Nikolai as in DD2. And Masters on row number 3. Thomas Birsins, joined by Mats Johan Overhoff on row 4, completing the top 10 from Lithuania, Maxim Shurko, and from Austria, Marco Drittenpreis. Martin Zinovskis and Hannes Morin, row number 6, there of Christophe Capitain, Brian Anker in the 409, Victor Sanda in the 448 with Thomas Rudokas in the 426. Ian de Brandt in the 450, the 408 of Jamies Louis Koch, and then Niels Böhler in the 522 representing the Netherlands, with Lucas Dolizal, Camille Kubera, Thomas Piet, Dylan Lahaye, and Maximilian Adolphe rounding out the 24-strong grid. Hello to the island of China, to Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan. Hello, Roger Young. Are you on your beverages already, good sir? You're going to have to wait until Ragnar's on track. You'll be out in the next one, buddy. So, Roger Young, a very, very colourful individual, a good character, good person. Met him the last couple of years over the grand finals when Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan competed at both Portimao. And well, that was the first time I met him, if I remember correctly. But this is going to be an interesting one. And hello to Yannick, Maxime's mum, who's also watching along with his fan club as well, who've also tuned in to the man that's going to be doing DD2 in karting and also LMP3 in the ADAC Prototype Cup Germany this year. So the mind games are already starting, I see. Mr. Guillaume just backing everybody up. So the red lights are on the gantry, 10 minutes, plus an additional lap of racing for these drivers. 12 rows, 24 competitors. They split. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out. We're underway. Good start by Guillaume. As around the outside, that's, oh dearie me, there's been someone who's exited stage left. Back axle was up in the air. That was Drittenpreis on the KRT entry. Just trying to make sure that everything was all okay. So initially, well, the three starting to try and build a little bit of a lead. Guillaume, Didix and Arts. That's your top three. Who's in fourth? I've got a feeling it might be Nikolai Christensen, the 508. And it is. And he's got Nikita Genza, the young German hotshot, right behind him as they go through out of the final corner. So Guillaume leads from Didix, Arts. Nikolai Christensen leads the way in Masters. Genza and Maxime Shurko, but Didix looking for the move, and he's got through. He's got through at turn 3 as Maxime Didix on Nicolas Guillaume at turn 3. Textbook move, read the situation well correctly there. And now it's a switchback. It was a case of when was Guillaume going to launch it up the inside. It was going to be turn 7 off of the Europlan, and now Didix will just bide his time. But look at the train. Guillaume's the cork in the bottle. Shurko looking up the inside through turn 10 on Nikolai Christensen. As that was not good at all for Marco Drittenpreis in the 474, sideways into turn 10, spins the cart around by catching a wheel of somebody else. And that causes major problems. Someone else who's hemorrhaging positions at the minute looks to be Christophe Capitain. But Inke Arts is now up into P2. Didix is fending off Nikolai Christensen and pulls to the right-hand side as Arts fires it up the inside herself. There we go. Right up the inside of Nico Guillaume goes Imke Arts, and she's now got the race lead. So multiple lead changes within the last couple of laps. So Guillaume has led it. Didix has led it. So has Imke Arts. That's the 411 of Thomas Birstins up the inside, more than likely, of Martins Janowskis. Now it's side by side. Guillaume 2 wheels off onto the outside of turn number 12 as trying to go into battle with Imke Arts. Also got to look at it from this perspective. They're 2-speed gearboxes on these karts. They're not direct drive driven like the rest of the categories. As Didix up the inside of Guillaume. I'm not too sure what happened there, but there was a little bit of a slight touch between the pair. Guillaume's going to be hung out to dry here. Christensen gets through, Genza gets through. You can lose at least 2 or 3 places at turn 7 off of the Europlan, and that's exactly what just happened to Nicolas Guillaume, who's just got a very, very stern defence in front of him, courtesy of Nikita Genza. Oh, now someone has got a noisy exhaust, I think. Yes, someone has got a noisy exhaust. I just picked that up as we've got to move up the inside through into turn number 1. So that was a move from Nicolas Guillaume, possibly on Maxime Shurko, and that was through at turn 2, which it is the case, as Thomas Birstins is closing on him as we speak. As we have got drivers up and down the order just trying to make the best of the situation. Dylan LaHaye has made his way halfway up through the field. I think he's just gained another position. LaHaye now up into 11th. He was down in stone dead on the stone dead last row of the grid. Mistake by one of the RS competition carts coming out of the final corner. I think that might have been William Christensen. Yep, which was the case. And has just lost a couple of positions. One of which to Mats Johan Overhoff and the other one to Martins Janowskis. As looking up the inside through at turn number 6. We have the 448 of Victor Sandin. And there's another change, another position gained by Dylan LaHaye. Thomas Piet has retired from the race on lap number 4. So LaHaye now closing in on Mats Johan Overhoff. As, bit of a moment there for, looks to be Janowskis. Didn't have the greatest run through turn number 10. So it may have been the case that Overhoff went up the inside of him and caught the Latvian out, because Dylan LaHaye is not going to need a second invitation to get on through. A little bit further up ahead. A bit of a free-for-all here between Burstins, Genza and Shurko. Overhoff has just lost out to LaHaye. No, that's Christophe Capitan spinning around at turn 6, and that was Brian Anker in the number 409. The two French drivers looking at each other after Capitan spinning around on the approach into turn number 6. Now, the bumper on the kart, I think of, let's just have a look. It's going to be the 420 of Martins Janowskis. Has 2 big indents on it, and also is, doesn't look like it's, it's nearly scraping on the ground. He's going to go up the inside of Mats Johan Overhoff. There's a bit of a late, there's a couple of late lunges coming in there at turn number 6. Sorry, turn number 2, one of which was by, I think, Victor Sandin being one of them in the 448. As we see a nice little exchange between, one of which was the 529 of Kemil Kubera, the 468 of Lucas Dolizal getting through at turn 6. And Overhoff looking for the move up through the inside of turn number 10. Wasn't going to happen on Sandin there, but there's still the battle between these 3 drivers. So Lithuania, Latvia and Germany. So Shurko versus Genza versus Birstins. And this is for 5th place. Imke Arts is leading after 8 laps. We're on lap number 9 of this race. Maxime Dirix about just under 0.6 of a second back. Nicolas Guillaume in 3rd. Nikolai Christensen, and then you've got these 3 here. Oh, that was very, very lucky for Nikita Genza on the exit of turn number 7. So the 407 from Dor Motorsport, which also runs some customer racing teams and sports cars, along with having its own esports entity, as in sim racing. But still, these 3, Shurko, Genza and Birstins, if they keep on battling, LaHaye's just knocking lumps out of the lead that they've got over him. And that'll be as 15 places gained by Dylan LaHaye. Who's not to say by the end of this race he ends up gaining 18? It could happen. But Birstins looking towards the outside, trying to get the over-under on Nikita Genza. Won't happen there. And Dylan LaHaye is not that far behind. There are the top 4, which includes not only the race leader for Max DD2 in the form of Imke Arts, but also the leader for DD2 Max Masters, Nikolai Christensen in the 508. 2 more laps to go. Arts still leads. Dirix 2nd. Guillaume 3rd, covered by just under 4.5 tenths. Christensen still leading the DD2 Masters classification in 4th. Shurko, Lahey now through on both Birsins and Genza. Birsins gets through on the 407 for 7th, with William Christensen and Martin Zianovskis rounding up the top 10. Top 3 still very much nip and tuck between them as they come down towards turn number 10. Next time around, we're going to be onto the final lap. We're on lap 11 out of 12. Oh, we got someone very, very slow. That's the 522 that has just stopped on the circuit. Last lap underway. Elbows will now be out, so I can guarantee you of that much, as Maxime Dirix now has the race lead. Imke Arts sternly defending against Nicolas Guillaume, with Nikolai Christensen just behind. So Niels Böhler, that kart came to a stop outside of turn number 7. As again, Guillaume just trying to do everything he can. He nearly ended up sideways out of turn number 8 because the right front hit the curbing and nearly pitched the back end towards the left. He's going to do the old Nigel Mansell dummy, and that was a rapidly done one as well. But there is going to be a winner. And out of the final corner on his return to the BNL Karting Series, it is going to be Maxime Dirix that wins the first heat. And it's going to be close, but not close enough for Imke Hartz, who misses out second, went wide out of the final corner. Guillaume takes P2. Nikolai Christensen takes not only P3, but also takes the win in DD2 Masters. Imke Arts 4th overall ahead of Thomas Birsins. Nikita Genza with Dylan Lahey rounding out the top 7. Maxim Shurko, William Christensen, and Mats Johan Overhoff round out the top 10. Then it was Martin Zianovskis, Thomas Rudokas, Victor Sendin, Kian de Brandt, Hannes Morin, Louis Koch, Camille Kubera, Maximilian Adolf, Lucas Dolizal, Brian Anker. Then we've got Marco Drittenpreis, Christophe Capitan, and Niels Böhler rounding out the 23 that finished. And on lap 3, we lost Germany's Thomas Piet. Now we get to race 6 out of 15. It's Heat 2 for Mini and Mini Rookie. Groups A versus C. Here's your starting grid. Well, it's going to be Oliver Warner, the fastest driver overall in time qualifying. That will start from pole position. We'll have Jensen Chalk lined up alongside on the front row. Row 2, it's Vince van der Hallen and Maria Roberto with Michael Zayak and Vit Kubera on row 3. Jeff Verbeek will be joined by Jack Freeman on row 4. Rounding out the top 10, it's Vic van Kampenhout and Ava Lawrence. Row 6, it's Jente Moonen and Nikita Lubimov with Lim Hauger and Devrim Yeta on row 7. Ivan Chernega and Jesse Moonen on row 8 with Joris Bluxner and Kimi May on row 9. Completing the top 20 from Latvia, it is Marco Plinta and then Pauline Van Plate from Belgium. Marc-André Quesada and Amelie Davy on row 11. Miyazaki and George Lobkis on row 12. Row 13, it's Noah Stehouder and Mikkel Grantins with Leon Herbos, Klaus Hans, Matthias Verreken, Tristan Abeels and Jack Depre rounding out the 31 strong grid. Good afternoon, Jen Wade, who's also watching. Hope you're keeping well, Jen. And hope Daryl is also doing the same. So we put the timer to 7 minutes plus an additional lap. All the drivers now on their formation lap ahead of the second Mini Max and Mini Max Rookie Heat. Of course, at the end of this, some of the drivers will have completed their 2 heats already. That will be Group C, which will be on the outside row of drivers. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out, we're underway. And Warner leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Jensen Chalk trying to keep it pinned round the outside as we are nearly 4 abreast towards the bottom part of the top 10 as Maria Roberto tries to hold on to position. Now into turn 5 and through into the hard braking zone at turn number 6 onto the Europlan. 2x2 a little bit further back in the mid-pack. But everyone so far has managed to make their way down the back straight into turn 7 for the first time. But it is Oliver Warner that is leading the way. The 123. So coming out of turn number 11, it's Warner from Chalk. Van der Hallen in 3rd. It's going to be a bit of a lead there that Oliver Warner's got, as there's going to be a side-by-side. And that was Michael Zayak getting through on Vince van der Hallen, who's got to his inside, the 126 of Jeff Verbeek, and then to the outside briefly was Vic van Kampenhout. In 8th, it's Maria Roberto. Nikita Lubimov now up into 9th, ahead of Jack Freeman, who's dropped a couple of positions and rounds out the top 10. Oh, a little bit of a mistake. A slip wide there under throttle pedal travel by Michael Zayak, allowing Vince van der Hallen to get through at turn 6 onto the Europalan. Could be a move here. That is the 110 of Jente Moonen through on Jeff Verbeek. So we're coming up to 2 minutes in of this 7 minute plus 1 additional lap heat. Oliver Warner leads by half a second from Chalk. Van der Hallen, who now goes for the lunge up the inside through at turn 2. Is Chalk going to try and defend? He's going to do his best. It's going to be the crisscross though. Nice anticipation there from Vince van der Hallen. as Vic van Kampenhout looking to try and fire a move up the inside of, Van Kampenhout trying to get through on Zayak, but then there's Yenthi Moonen. All nice little try and attempt to block off and close the window of opportunity for Yenthi Moonen by Vic van Kampenhout, who loses 3 places on the fly at turn number 8. So Vic van Kampenhout not only lost out to Yenthi Moonen, but to Jeff Verbeek and also Nikita Lubimov at the same time. As a little bit of an attempt through the final corner. That was by Vince van der Hallen on Jensen Chalk, but it didn't fly, didn't work. Van der Hallen has just put in the new fastest lap of the race, but they've got Mikhail Zayak and Yenthi Moonen not too far behind. Jeff Verbeek ahead of Nikita Lubimov with Vic van Kampenhout, Ava Lawrence and Jack Freeman now rounding out the top 10. Maria Roberto started 4th. She's currently running P11 at the minute, as Jensen Chalk still manages to keep a hold of 2nd. But Yenthi Moonen was trying to stick the nose up the inside through into turn 7 on Mikhail Zayak for P4 off of the Unipolan, but might go for the move here at turn 9. Mounts the curbing with the left-hand side tyres. Oh, a little bit of a slight touch, which puts the front axle of Yenthi Moonen up into the air, but the driver manages to keep a hold of it at the minute. So with 3 minutes to go, Oliver Warner is untroubled at this moment. 4.5 tenths between him and Jensen Chalk. Van der Hallen still trying to make it through on the 164, but has yet to have that opportunity either presented to him or is trying to make it happen himself. And again, just a little bit further towards the outside into the approach into turn 6 goes Van der Hallen, but Jensen Chalk could anticipate it coming, knew it was more than likely going to happen, and then just closed the door very, very quickly indeed. Warner looks over his right shoulder as Van der Hallen breaks the train a little bit, switches from right to left, then comes back into the line that we've got, is starting to defend, but is going to lose out 3rd place. Zayak gets through, Moonen gets through and gets the pair of them at the same time. Great work there by Yenthi Moonen to get through on Zayak, who had got past Van der Hallen, and did the pair of them at the same point. But now Zayak's going to try and get back through. Oh, dearie me. And Van der Hallen goes, right, watch this. Up the inside, takes both positions without even breaking a sweat. Jeff Verbeek trying to get through. There's the 145 of Nikita Lubimov, who's now got Jack Freeman right up the rear exhaust for company. 2 wide, that's fair enough going through into turn 7, but don't try and make it 3 wide. I have seen it where someone's ended up into the foam barriers off of the left-hand side, as there is someone trying to go around the outside of Nikita Lubimov through turn 9. Not a big, that looks to be Jack Freeman that tried to attempt that move. But at the front end of the field, we have had a lead change. Jensen Chalk now leads ahead of Oliver Warner by 2 tenths as we head on to lap number 7 of this race. Fastest lap of the race so far, 2 laps ago, Vic van Kampenhout. A 1 minute, 0.099. Chalk is not quite out of the woods yet. I'm sure that Warner will have something to say about that in the next few corners or so, or maybe even when we go on to the final lap of this 2nd heat. There'll be 1 more heat for Mini and Mini Rookie still to go at 4:35 this afternoon, local time here in Belgium. So the timer is counting down. 3, 2, 1. Time's expired. We're now going to go on to the last lap of the race. Chalk looks over the right shoulder. Warner does the same as well. Just under 2.5 tenths cover the pair. As the 164 leads the field into turn 2 for the final time. Warner's trying to get that speed dialed up to 11. And he's right with Chalk going into turn 6. Can he get the undercut? It's going to be nip and tuck between the pair, but will Jensen Chalk give him a little bit of a squeeze? I think he nearly pretty much did. And Warner's just lost a lot of momentum up the inside. Well, Van der Hallen tries to go one way. Zayak goes the other and profits. And now there's Moonen. Oh, dearie me, this has put Oliver Warner between a rock and a hard place right now. He's got Vic van Kampen out to his outside through into turn 10 as the 147 manages to get up the inside. But it is going to be a win out of the final corner. It is going to be the 164. Jensen Chalk wins Heat 2. And Michal Zayak absolutely jubilant with that second place finish. The Polish driver running with Dan Holland racing. Oh dear, dramas at the start finish. Not at all surprised that someone was not exactly happy about that one. But Jensen Chalk wins. Michal Zayak takes second, a further 6/10 of the drift. Jenthe Moonen third, Vic van Kampen out, Vince van der Hollen and Jeff Verbeek round out the top 6. Nikita Lubimov, Oliver Warner, Jack Freeman and Maria Roberto round out the top 10. Ava Lawrence 11th, ahead of Ivan Chanega, Marco Plinta, Liam Hauger, Devrim Mieta, Marc-André Quesada, Amelie Davy, Joris Bluxner, Pauline Van Preet and Mia Zanki round out the top 20. George Lobkis finished 21st, ahead of Jesse Moonen in the number 10. Moonen being the mini rookie top finisher, 22nd. Leon Herbos, Vic Kubera, Mikkel Grantins, Matthias Verreken, Noah Stehauder, Klaus Hans, Tristan Abils and Jacques Depre round out the 30 that finished. And unfortunately on lap 5, recovery vehicle en route to pick up Kimi May, the 150 from Germany, who retired on lap 6.
That's Cameron Nelson, driver 241, Junior Rotax. That's entrance to reports the stewards immediately. Thank you.
Now time for race 7 of the meeting. Heat 3 for senior Rotax groups A versus C. Here is your starting grid. On the front row, it's Sverre Ubben and Lawrence Herboz with Macaulay Bishop and Mario Sidler on row 2. Row 3, it's Jan Pinto and Vic Stevens. Completing the 4th row, it's Knud Nielsen and Archie Buttle. Rounding out the top 10, it's Julian Glosman and Teresa Babišková. Omar Ganoum and Armand Hamilton are on row 6, with Lauren Legault joined by George Nassar on row 7. Danny Shields and Ollie Yonkers row 8, with Tino Sidler and Luca Prima row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Switzerland's Leonardo Principali and Australia's Iva Anagnostiidis. Christoph Sala, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Scott Westhovens, Alex Duncan, Freddie Ingram, Karl Korenik, Lado Kuhenidze, Manolo Senda, Vasil Apostolowski and Adish Mehta round out the top 30. Completing the 35-strong grid, it's Noyes Jarolaitis, Simon Pierre, Noah Carlson, Jake Bezelbeck and Benjamin Van Hees. And good to also see a couple of more people joining the chat. Miroslav Georgiev, real shame. Hopefully we'll see you at another round later on this season in the minis. And good to see Vicky Cummings, Kamal Murad's mum on watching the stream. Vicky, hope you and the family are well, and wishing all the best to Danny Shields, who's in this grid. So once again, we set the timer to 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And good to see Lisa Ingram, of course related to Freddie. He had a great run in the opening heat, making up 20 positions and finishing 5th on the road. And good to hear from the rest of Macaulay Bishop's family watching on the live stream at home, including Mum Kitty. Hope you're keeping well. But now it is time for the all-Belgian front row to control the pace. 10 minutes plus an additional lap. Sorry, my apologies there, Vicky. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out, we're underway, first time. And it's Sverre Ubben that leads the field. Bishop up to 2nd. Herboz hung out a little bit to dry. Oh, one's gone exit stage left. And we have had a little bit of an incident coming through turn number 2 and now into 3. The 3-2-8 of Jake Bezelbeck around, and also the 3-1-0 going backwards, Danny Shields. And Danny has pulled the cart off at Marshall Post 2, so Danny's race comes to a distinct end, but somebody else has caught drama. The 350 has just gone off at turn 7 and knocked one of the cones out of the way. Birla Middle East Adish Mehta having a bit of an off-track excursion and has lost a couple of places through turn number 10. But after the opening lap, who's leading? Well, it's a Dan Holland racing car, and it is Macaulay Bishop. Sverre Ubben not too far behind. Jan Pinto was 3rd, but Lawrence Herboz now up into P3. Vic Stevens looking for the opportunity to get through. Babišková is in the mix there, along with Archie Buttle, Mario Sidler, Armand Hamilton and Knud Nielsen. Babišková looking for a move up the inside through turn 6. Makes it work as Stevens gets sideways with the left rear wheel on the grass and loses out 3 positions. Sverre Ubben scrambling to get past Macaulay Bishop through turn number 8. And Lawrence Herboz is putting the pressure on the 2 in front. And Bishop just holds his line nice and calmly through turn 11. Now into 12. Ubben and Herboz look to get through. They have done so. There's Jan Pinto just behind in 4th. So they now go through into turns 3, 4 and 5. And Sverre Ubben and Lawrence Herboz trying to really get a little bit of a breakaway They know how quick Bishop is, as Herbold's looking up the inside through into turn 7. Is earlier on the brakes than Ubben, who gets sideways. Scandinavian flick from the GKS Lemons power driver through turn 7, and he held on to it. Incredible kart control by the 346, but there are 6 karts at least that could have an opportunity of going for the win in this race, including Buttle, including Babichkova, who now looks up the inside on Pinto, gets the job done through turn number 12. Buttle also gets through. He's now up into P5. So Ubben leads the way. Herboz, Bishop, Babichkova, Buttle, Pinto, Hamilton, Sidler, Stevens and Yonkers now round out the top 10. As both, Buttle's now up into 3rd. He's got past Babichkova and also Bishop. Babichkova now P4, Bishop P5, Pinto 6th. And then you've got Armand Hamilton just behind in the 342. With an opportunity, a dive through. I think that might have been Alex Duncan in the 363 down at turn number 10. Got a nice little move up the inside. But the top 2 were covered by less than a 1/10 and a half of a second, which meant that Lawrence Herboz was in the window of getting it up the inside through turn number 2 on the race leader. But decided at this point, with just under 6 minutes to go, sometimes it's better to conserve the tyres a little bit, have a bit more mechanical sympathy with the cart underneath you. And that's going to be quite crucial. It's 50 points for a win in a heat. And then, of course, with the Super Heats tomorrow, it's 75 points for a victory, with more points on offer in a Super Heat. Now, let's see how Freddie Ingram has again rocketed up the order by half-time. He's already up to 12th place. It might be 11th by the end of this lap. And it is. He got past Mario Sidler, who's outside of the top 10. And there you see Bishop, Babichkova and Hamilton still battling away over 4th place. Between the top 10, it was just under 2.5 seconds. So we still have 34 out of the 35 runners and riders still circulating. So Babichkova has got some daylight between herself and now Armand Hamilton, who gets through at turn 9 on Macaulay Bishop. Fastest lap of the race so far, Armand Hamilton. Last time round, 55.995 seconds. Top 5 covered by 1.3 after 6 laps. 4.25 minutes to go, and that's at least one position. That's Vic Stevens up the inside of Macaulay Bishop through at turn number 2. And not too far behind. Oh, Jan Pinto goes for a little bit of a slight bump and run, touches the rear bumper, under braking on Macaulay Bishop. Julian Klosman has got, that's the 316 of Oliver Yonkers up the inside. They both drift wide. And Freddie Ingram got through. There's the 374 of Leonardo Principali, running under the Swiss license, but of course the name very much of an Italian descent. And just with them, they've got Knud Nielsen in the mix on that. Several other drivers. The 344 making a nice move. That was Benjamin Van Hees, I think, on Lado Kuhanidze. And yes, Lisa, here comes Freddie. He's on an absolute mission. He's now 9th. Again, Freddie Ingram showcasing that qualifying isn't the end of the world. It helps at a circuit like Genk, but turns 1 and 2, we've seen on multiple of the last few years, let alone the last 4 decades, where drama has happened. And there has been a change for second, because Archie Buttle now resides in that position. The 322 has got through. on Lawrence Herboz for second place. Babichkova waiting in the wings. So is Hamilton. So is Stevens. Bishop is there. Pinto is there. And Babichkova goes for the move for third and gets it. And now the gloves are very much off in this second heat for these drivers. All four groups have already taken part in one heat apiece. So groups A and C will be at the just past the halfway point of the heat stages. But Armand Hamilton also gets through. That's Lawrence Herboz, who's now lost out in another position to the Hungarian driver. So Herboz has dropped down from second over the last lap and a bit, from second place, and now that is fifth. So he's been demoted 5 places. Sorry, 3 places down to fifth. But Sverre Ubben at the moment is holding on for the meantime, but it's a case of what is Archie Buttle going to provide in terms of something a little bit spectacular. Well, put it this way. Personal best for Buttle, personal best for Babichkova. Oh, mistake there from Jan Pinto in the 393. And Freddie Ingram is through. Well, hold the phone. Freddie Ingram has been calling the bat phone for multiple times, and he's absolutely rocketed up the order. Vic Stevens looks up the inside through on Armand Hamilton at turn 7, and Ingram has caught the pair of them. And Ingram trying to get through on Hamilton. This is an absolutely inspired drive by Freddie Ingram. You've got the usual suspects, and then when you see a driver that has the pace like Freddie Ingram does and has a really, really bad qualifying and then decides, you know what, I've got an opportunity in the heats, and has proved it in spades. And that's going to be side by side into, oh dearie me, that was very, very close between the 372 of Mario Sidler, the 367 of Macaulay Bishop, and Jan Pinto in the 393. Pinto trying to look for the inside line into turn 7, and has got Yonkers just behind in the 316. Oh, and Bishop loses out 2 places. They've got Julian Klausmann just behind. Yonkers again wrestling with the steering wheel and trying to battle with Jan Pinto. What a move there. Shades of Christmas corner last week. Macaulay Bishop mugs the pair of them. It wasn't around the outside, but it was in the textbook on the inside. So this time around, we're going to go on to the last lap of the race. So it's Ubben, Archie Buttle, Teresa Babichkova, Lawrence Herboz, Vic Stevens, Freddie Ingram, Armand Hamilton, Mario Sidler, Macaulay Bishop and Jan Pinto rounding out the top 10. Some incredible close-fought racing and threading the eye of the needle by literally millimetres, making the overtakes. But that was one of the best ones we've seen so far all day by Bishop, doing a number on 2 other drivers through at turn number 9. But it's going to be something that GKS Lemons Power, that are based out of this circuit as well, they're going to take a win in the heats. Out of the final corner, it's victory on home soil. It's Sverre Ubben that wins Heat 3 in senior road tax by nearly 9/10 of a second. Archie Buttle started 8th, takes P2. Teresa Babichkova rounded out the top 10 at the start. She finishes 3rd, ahead of Lawrence Herboz, Vic Stevens, and Freddie Ingram. A total of 39 places gained over the last 2 heats. He finishes P6. Armand Hamilton 7th, Mario Sidler 8th, ahead of Macaulay Bishop, with Jan Pinto in 10th place. Ollie Yonkers, Julian Klausmann, Knud Nielsen, George Nassar and Leonardo Principali ran out the top 15. Scott Westhoven started 23rd, finishes in 16th, ahead of Tino Sidler, Omar Ganoum, Vasil Apostolowski, Alex Duncan, who rounds out the top 20. Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Benjamin Van Hees, Simon Pierre, Christophe Sala, Ava Anagnosiadis, Noah Carlson, Karl Korenik, Manolo Senda, Lauren Legault and Jake Bezelbeck round out the top 30, with Lado Kuhanidze, Noyus Gerolaitis and Luca Prima being the last of the classified finishers. Adish Mehta we lost on lap 7, and unfortunately after a turn 3 opening lap incident we lost Danny Shields. Time for race 8 out of 15 here on Heat Day. It's Heat 4 Senior Road Tax, Groups B versus D. It's going to be an all-Belgian front row again, with Boluet joined by Robbie Stauder on the front row, Louet on pole position. Just behind them, it's going to be an all-Dutch row 2, with Jaden Teen joined by Mika van der Pavert. Tom Langlois and Arthur Robin make it an all-French row number 3, with Wout Kirstens, Thomas Behrman, Kai Hunter and Matej Denkovic rounding out the top 10 places on the grid. Row 6 is Jort van Vleck. Row 7, Sam Bergstein and Elia Papasena. Artyom Sestikovs, and along with that will be Annabelle Bryan rounding out the top 8 rows. Romans Rodinovs and Devian Vos round out row 9, with Gustav Zusakovs and Ruben Verheyen rounding out the top 20. David Outlechner, Emily de Hoys, Pat Gubbels, Emma Scarborough, Alexandru Volta, Magnus Brandt, Luca Den Hartog, Carlos Sasso, Bram Plomp, Carles Kilikovs ran at the top 30, and completing the 35-strong grid are Dante Sima, Christopher Holst, Marta Spike, Arnaud Sabarin and Ralph van der Pavert. Ambient air temperature still around 24 degrees Celsius at this time. Humidity 39%. A northern wind approximately might be about 28 kilometers an hour. The Road Tax, Mojo and XPS banners on the start-finish straight very much being blustered by the accompanying breeze. But it is going to be down to Louet and Stauder on the front row to control the rolling start. So out of the final corner into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out first time. Good start by Louet. And Jaden, was that Jaden Teen round the outside? It was. Through at turn number 2. Jaden Teen just went, right, I'm going to gun it and see what happens, and he made it stick, and look at the gap he's already opened up. That is incredible by what Jaden Teen has just done in front of everybody else, and that, if that was not a warning shot, I don't know what is. And there is Kai Hunter getting through on Mika van der Pavert through at turn number 7, and also trying to wrestle his way through is the 3-1-4. Tom Langlois. And then you've got Sestikovs in there, Behrman's in there in the 352. Down into turn number 10, Radenkovic trying to put on a little bit of a defence. And that would have been possibly ahead of Elia Papasena. As after the opening lap, Jaden Teen has a lead. And it's nearly 1.5 seconds. After that audacious, ridiculous overtake round the outside of Boluet through at turn 2, he has rocketed away into the distance. Wout Kirstens now trying to look up the inside of Boluet. This could open the door for Kai Hunter, and it does. And who else is just behind? Robbie Stauder gets through. So Boluet down from 2nd to 5th, and Tom Langlois is also not that far behind either. In a matter of fact, he's actually right behind his Dams Racing teammates. So look over the left shoulder from Boluet, and Tom Langlois saying, don't worry, it's only me. Oh, and that's straight on and into the barriers. The 352, that is Thomas Behrman. Now, there might have been a little bit of a slight touch with another kart for Thomas Behrman, but he's straight on. And now we've got Kai Hunter, the defending champion, now up into 2nd. He's gotten ahead of everyone that is behind him, and now he's going to try and use his nous to get through. Oh, dearie me, that was a bit of a sandwich there between, well, there was Boovin Power Meat in the form of Wout Kirstens And then Dams Racing Breading around the outside. Langlois behind and Louette up front. Also interesting fact for those that don't know it. We've got yellow flags at turn 10. Thomas Behrman walking away to the marshal post. A real shame. Thomas has moved up to seniors this year and still remains with KR Sport, a team that the Behrman family know very, very well indeed. Mika van der Pavet looking for the move up the inside on Langlois, and there is Sestekovs also trying to get through in the 387, gets through around the outside at turn 3. There's Radenkovic in the 333. Jort van Wyk is there, along with Sam Bergstein, Elia Papacena, then the list. It's a cork in the bottle situation we've got happening now. Usakov's Brian, amongst others. Rust and possibly Outlation are there too. So, as I was about to say, well, Hunter Motorsport, powered by Venator Racing Engines. Venator is actually the Latin for Hunter. And a big thank you to Radio Le Mans' Joe Bradley for telling me what that is. But there is still a lot of battling and a lot of squabbling going on behind Mika van der Pavet. Louette is there, Radenkovic is there, Van Wyk is there, Sestekovs is there. And the floodgates are opening now. You've got Papacena trying to get through on the 304 of Usakovs. Radenkovic gets through on Langlois. Van Wyk gets through. This could open the door possibly if Langlois is left out to hang out to dry, and he is. And Bergstein doesn't get through. So he mistimed the step, I think, on that one. As, getting a bit feisty a little bit further back. So you have got the likes of De Hoys, Scarborough, Rodionovs, Plomp, Den Hartog, amongst others. They are all fighting. Oh, and there's been an incident at turn 12. And one of which was the 354 Annabelle Bryan from the Netherlands. Spun around. There were 3 carts going to the same part of real estate. That does not work. But Jaden Teen, like he did in the previous race, has an extensive lead. It's just shy of 2.1 seconds. Kai Hunter in P2 and has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 56.020. Robbie Stordeur, Bo Louette, they round out the top 4 places, but look at the scramble coming into turn number 10. That's being led by Jort van Wyk. So Van Wyk is the cork in the proverbial bottle. So if one mistake happens with Van Wyk, then the floodgates will open and everyone else will be able to get past. Langlois is going to attempt it. So will Usakovs in the meantime in the 304. So one driver unfortunately out on lap 2. Thomas Behrman at the outside of turn number 10. Kai Hunter is starting to pick up the pace. The pace that we saw at Austricourt in the penultimate round of the season when he was battling Sean Butcher, who was gunning for a 3rd BNL Karting Series title, and it was Austricourt that made the difference. Hunter's first heat of the season didn't go to plan. He DNF'd after 2 laps at turn 10 after an incident with Tom Langlois, the latter being the unfortunate instigator with a late dive through into turn 10. So fastest lap of the race by Kai Hunter on lap 6, 56.004. And again, the battles are fast and furious. They're all the way up and down the order. Elia Papacena now makes it into the top 10. And there is the 304 of Gustav Zustakovs battling away with Jort van Wyk for position. So Usakovs effectively is running 10th. So he's had some transponder issues at the moment, but Usakovs doing a very stellar job in the Hunter Motorsport entry. And just up ahead of them, that is Tom Lenoir, the 3-1-4. But the gap between first and second position was 1.9 seconds last time around. What is it now? 1.74. And Hunter again has gone at over a tenth and a half quicker than the race leader. If Kai Hunter was quicker still than that, there may be an opportunity for him to close in on and pass Jaden Teen. Meantime, there's Matej Radenkovic in the 333 behind Mika van der Pavert. These two ran in juniors last year and now have made the move up. They've resided with the same teams that they were with. Radenkovic with Berger Bouvin and his team, and Mika van der Pavert remaining with Stan Pex and the SP Motorsport outfit. Coming down to the final minute and a half of this fourth race. It's fourth heat out of 6. 5-second time penalty coming to the 3-3-5, it looks like. So I'll find out what that is for very, very shortly. So 3-3-9, Emily de Hoys, it looks like, is going to be pinged for a penalty. But at the moment, there are still some battles that have really been left unanswered. But Radenkovic has got through on van der Pavert, so that is a change. More importantly, that's for 6 on the road. Jaden Teen leads Kai Hunter by nearly 1.7 seconds. As we head on to the penultimate lap of this fourth heat out of 6. There's Wout Kirstens fending off the advances of one Boluet. Another driver that's moved from juniors to seniors for 2024. The timer is counting down. 3, 2, 1. That's it. Time's expired. Next time around, Jaden Teen, who has, after that incredible manoeuvre around the outside of turn 2, on Boluet, he was on the inside of road 2. Jaden Teen leads us on to the final lap of this race. And the lead is now 1.4 seconds. Kai Hunter's pace has started to be unlocked a little bit over the course of this race and has just put in the fastest lap, 55.481 seconds. But there is the race leader. Jaden Teen through into turn 6 for the final time. And since making the switch to DHR some point last year, he's found a home that has welcomed him with open arms and has showcased that he's got a point to prove. He wants to win a championship. And the way he's going at the moment, he is the one that everyone's going to catch. And the person trying to chase him down now is the person that won the title last year. Out of the final corner. 2 for 2. Jaden Teen does it again. Winning by 1.2 seconds ahead of Kai Hunter, who not only closed the gap from about 2.1 seconds and got the fastest lap in the pocket as well, 55.384. They're still 2-3 wide at some points coming across the line outside of the top 20. And some drivers being split by next to nothing. Jaden Teen takes another heat win in Heat 4, Groups B versus D, ahead of Kai Hunter. Robbie Stauder in third. Wout Kirstens, Boluet, Matej Radenkovic, Jort van Wijk, Tom Lenoir. Nice work by Gustav Susarkovs in the 304, the Latvian driver, based up north in the United Kingdom, with him and his dad Yanis. Started 19th, finished 9th. Sam Bergstein rounds out the top 10 ahead of Mika van der Pavert, Devin Rost, Elian Papacena, Arthur Robin, Sebastian Koch rounding out the top 15 ahead of Artyom Sestakov. Good run by the USA's Emma Scarborough, finishing 17th, having started on the outside of row number 12. Ruben Verheyen Ralph van der Pavert. Luca Den Hartog completes the top 20. Bram Plomp, Romans Rodionov, Dante Sima, Arnold Sabahat, Carlos Sasso ran at the top 25 with Christopher Holst, Galis Kirikovs, Alexander Volta, David Outlechner, Emily De Hoys, Annabelle Bryan, Magnus Brandt, Pat Gubbles and Marta Spike completing the 34 finishes after 12 laps. And on lap 2, we lost Thomas Behrman at turn 10.
Driver announcements. Pit driver number 1, 5, 4, mini-match. Matthias Verlaken, please report with your entrance to the steers. That's Matthias Verlaken, mini-match driver 1, 5, 4, plus entrance, report to the steers immediately. Thank you.
Oh, does it? Yeah, so when I was here, then it was that bad. You could see the clouds of dust everywhere. All the cars were in the first 4 laps was 6 seconds.
No, want to get the shit off. Wow.
And then it clean. And then go
I mean, I was scratching my head afterwards. I was like 1.1 seconds off your 4 laps. And then someone said, fucking motocross points. I'm like, fucking hell. And yeah, look where the fucking wind's blowing. It's the wrong, it's the perfect direction for it, isn't it?
So we now make our way into the second half of the heats here today, and it's Junior Rotax Heat 2, Groups A versus C, and here is your starting grid. On the front row, pole position will be occupied by Boaz Maximov, and alongside will be Thijs van Wijk. Jacob Ashcroft and Noah Janssen will be on row number 2. Row 3 is Thomas Verheyen and Harry Bartel, with Lorenzo Giaquinto and Kai Clark on row 4. Rounding out the top 10, it's Bram van der Weken and Naomi Garcia. Row 6, it's Alexander van Meeuwen and Matthias Jellerup, with Andrea Remy and Eva Dodderstein on row 7. Completing the top 20, it's Isaac Barker, Adrien Stions, Antoine Lemieux, Vlad Tomanchuk, Hans Marcus Nanusk and Ilya Sheremetyev. Lars Lambers in the 242 and the 214 of Ryan Gandel will line up on row 11. Marco Falli in the 240 will be joined on row 12 by Will Archer in the 261. With the 207 of Timothy Tadasiuk, the 229 of Jakub Kubera, and the 239 of Marcel Falli, rounding out the 27-strong junior Rotax grid in this race. So they make their way out of the final corner. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out. We're underway, first time of asking. As Maximov has got Van Wijk round the outside as all. The 290 causes a bit of a drama. The 290 went up into the air, back axle up. And the 210 has got broken right front steering. So that was Bram van der Weken. Into the path went the 210 of Denmark's Matthias Gjellerup trying to avoid, and that's broken suspension. The Dane out of the race as there is a bit of toing and froing. A little bit further back, Noah Janssen having to battle away with the 267, looks like, of Kai Clark, and there's one of the GKS carts off. That is the 227 off the circuit. Alexander van Meeuwen is off at turn 9, manages to get going again. I'm not too sure if the youngster is in some form of discomfort. I will keep an eye on things, but Thijs van Wijk leads the way ahead of Boaz Maximov. And in third position, it's the 222 of Jacob Ashcroft. Van Meeuwen pulls it into pit lane and will retire on the spot. Ashcroft up the inside of Maximov, through at turn 6 to take P2. So we're down to 25 drivers. But it's a quintet at the front end of the field. Van Wijk leads the way. Ashcroft second. Maximov third. Harry Bartel is fourth. I think Thomas Verheyen might be at the back end of that as everyone's trying to battle over the race lead. VanWijk's trying to sternly defend from Ashcroft. Bartel might have an opportunity to run on Maximov, and Maximov says, no, you don't. And just behind them is Thomas Verheyen in the 282. Joining them is Noah Janssen. 6 drivers at the front end of the field. Any one of these 6 could win this race. But at the moment, these drivers are not willing to chance it. If there is an opportunity that if someone makes an unforced error or lets the door be slightly open, you show that to a racing driver, I'll take one look and go for it. So at the minute, it's Van Wyk, Ashcroft, Maximov, Bartel, Verheyen, Janssen, Giaquinto, Clark, Garcia and Dorrestein that were rounding out the top 10. As there has been a change for third. Bartel's through. Maximov now has been passed by Thomas Verheyen as Ashcroft looks for the lead, gets it before we even hit the apex at turn 2. Carries the momentum through the corner, goes a little bit deeper out of the exit and makes the move complete by turn 3. Janssen looking up the inside of Maximov, and that is through for 5th place at turn 6. As all Van Wyk dives up the inside of Ashcroft, and that opens the door for all and sundry. Bartel's now through for the race lead. Harry Bartel was just waiting and biding his time, and it was when Van Wyk decided to throw it up the inside at turn number 7. And Ashcroft drifted wide. Ashcroft lost a few places. He's in 5th at the minute, but Van Wyk is going to have Verheyen through on him. Ashcroft gets through on Janssen through the final turn. And what is this doing? This is allowing Harry Bartel to get away. Oh, and not what you needed there. Ashcroft was up the inside of Verheyen. They bumped wheels. Ashcroft up in the air. Verheyen out of the race. Again, it's the curse of turn 2, I'm afraid. Can happen like that. I've seen quite a few dramas through turn 2 over the years. As there's more toing and throwing through turn number 7. It's 3 wide, I think, over Dorrestein. I think I noticed on the outside. Through out of turn 8 is off. And going grass tracking is the 255 of Hans Markus Norris from Estonia. So again, it's just a case of, yeah, we're going to race fair. Yeah, we're going to race fair. But sometimes in the heats, it is so crucial. So crucial to keep your nose clean. Boris Maximov is now behind Ava Dorrestein. We've lost Alexander Van Meeuwen, Matthias Jellerup, and now Thomas Verheyen. Where has Jacob Ashcroft ended up? He's 17th. So again, it is just a case of these things do happen. Maximov has got a fight on his hands. He's outside of the top 10. That's going to cost him in the ranking after heats. He'll have to make up for it in the super heat, whether it be A or B tomorrow morning. And Stitch Lover B saying, go Harry Bartel, who's now got nearly a 1.5 second lead. And there's a little bit of an insert KR Sport battle. But of course, one of the biggest things is never take out any of your teammates. And leading that is Ryan Gandor from Canada. Then it's Kai Clark. Naomi Garcia rounds out the top 7. Vlad Tomanchuk is a little bit further behind, to the tune of about a second in the 224. Andrea Remy in the number 202 and Ava Dorrestein in the 201 now round out the top 10. Fast coming towards the end of this second heat. And then we'll have one more to go. We'll have heat 3, groups A versus B. Oh, now there was a move up the inside. Kai Clark just got through on Ryan Gandor and has just done the old... Right, come with me, Ryan. Come with me, Naomi. Let's go after those in front. Kai Clark, when he's on form, pedals very well. And just ahead is the 2-3-1 of Noah Janssen from Germany. So there's an opportunity. There's a bit of a little run wide through turn 6 by Kai Clark. That opens the door for Ryan Gandor and also for Naomi Garcia, and they both get through by turn 7. Neat, calm, composed overtaking by the 3 at KR Sports. But Kai Clark looking up the inside, might have been a little bit of a wheel contact. Yep, shake of the head says it all there from Naomi Garcia. Kai Clark, I think, a little bit too exuberant to try and get through. But we have got 0 on the clock, 1 more lap to go. Harry Bartle, again, just showcasing that he's been in the right place, right time. Leading by nearly 1.4 seconds out of Thijs van Wijk. Lorenzo Giaquinto completes the top 3. Noah Janssen, Ryan Gandor, Naomi Garcia, Kai Clark, Andrea Remy, Vlad Tominchuk and Boris Maximov complete the top 10 as Garcia is ahead of Gandor now on the run down into turn 7. The Canadian will get through on the Trinidad and Tobago driver at the end of the Europalan. But Harry Bartle, the 273, running with Strawberry Racing, now makes his way towards the 12th and final corner. Harry Bartle will win Heat 2, Groups A versus C in Junior Rotax. Bartle calmly takes a look over the right shoulder and wins by just over 1.1 seconds. Thijs van Wijk takes 2nd, Lorenzo Giaquinto 3rd, Noah Janssen 4th, Ryan Gandor hold the phone 22nd and finishes 5th. Kai Clark, Naomi Garcia, Andrea Remy, Boris Maximov and Vlad Dominchuk ran out the top 10. Jacob Ashcroft recovers to finish 11th ahead of Will Archer, who made up 12 positions from 24th to finish 12th. Head of Eva Dorrestein, Antoine Lemieux, Bran van der Weken complete the top 15. Head of Lars Lambers, Isaac Barker, Ilya Sheremetya, Adrian Stions and Marco Fali rounding out the top 20. Jakub Kubera, Marcel Fali, Timothy Tarasiuk and Hans Markus Narusk ran out the 24th that finished on lap 4. We lost Thomas Verheyen, and on the opening lap we lost Matthias Jellerup and Alexander Van Meeuwen.
Driver announcement for Bran van der Weken, 290. Junior Rotax, plus entry for book the students immediately. At Bran van der Weken, 290, Junior Rotax, plus entry, please the students immediately. Thank you.
So time to take you through the starting grid of race 10 of the meeting. Heat 2 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Groups A versus C. Here's the starting grid. Fredrik Zevis Christensen will line up on the front row from pole position. Alongside him will be Heat 1 winner Maxime Didix in the 499. Ragnar Virus and Imke Arts will be on row 2. They'll be ahead of Jules Cousin and DD2 Masters pole sitter Nikolai Christensen. Rafael Jesus will be joined by Mats Johan Overhoff on row number 4 with Noah Hipp and Michael Drittelhuis rounding out the top 10. Michael Becker will be joined by Hannes Morin on row 6 with row 7 being completed by Carl Clebot and Brian Anker in the 409. Victor Frostbay and Thomas Rudokas will line up on row 8. Luca Neuenhausen and Louis Koch round out row 9 with Jan Eckstein and Lucas Dolizal completing the top 10. Completing the 24-strong grid will be Axel Goes, Thomas Piet, Sung Hung Moon and Maximilian Adolf completing the grid. So, into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on, lights are out, we're underway. As Maxime Didix pulls in front and around the outside of Fredrik Zevis Christensen, heading through into turn 2. As someone got fired off and there's a big pile-up at turn 3, one of which is the 540, Carl Clebot, amongst others. He was able to get away from there. Also, the 409 was involved. Brian Anker in the number 409 representing France, but Maxime Didix managing to use the outside line. The 424 of Maximilian Adolf is out of the race after that 3-car incident through turn number 3. Good thing is, Maximilian Adolf was able to walk away unassisted. But it's Maxime Didix that leads the way. Zevis Christensen in second. Third, it will be Imke Arts. Where is Ragnar Virus at the moment? He's currently P4. As Zevis Christensen tried to look up the inside through into turns 1 and 2, but Didix had that covered off rather nicely. Nikolai Christensen, who's leading the way in DD2 Masters, currently P5 on the road. He's got Jules Cousin not too far behind. So everyone looking over the right shoulder. As Imke Arts very deep on the brakes going into turn 7. And Virus 4th in the train, Christensen 5th, Cousin, Morin now behind the 451. Classic Hannes Morin there. Used to see quite a few overtakes back in the first season of the Euro Trophy I did with Hannes Morin way back then, being with a certain team called Dan Holland Racing. Now Zevis Christensen goes to the inside. What will Didix do? He's going to try and hang on to it, but Imke Arts gets through. Does Ragnar Virus? Yes, he does. So Didix down from the race lead to 4th position. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Looks like Hannes Morin is actually in a... Well, Hannes Morin is trying to do his level best to keep with those in front. It's really good to see him back in a kart after all these years. Also took part in STCC TCR with Brink Motorsport with the Audi RS3 LMS. But dive bomb up the inside of Nikolai Christensen. That was a clean move at turn 12. That was Jules Cousin, as now Ragnar Virus goes up the inside of Imke Arts through at turn number 2 to now take second position away from the Dutch driver. So Adolf Dutenpleis and Clerbeau are out of this second heat. So we're down to 21 runners in this DD2 and DD2 Masters Heat 2, Groups A versus C. And Fredrik Zevis Christensen, who won the kickoff a couple of weeks ago, made the move up from seniors last year. But let's see what Virus has in the back pocket. 6 1/4 minutes to go. Virus has now put in the fastest lap of the race, a 55.370. That has quickly been bettered by Victor Frostbay, who's all the way down in 14th place. Very uncustomary from what I've seen before for the 430 from Denmark. So with Virus now closing in on Fredrik Zevis Christensen, he's pulling away from Imke Arts, from Maxime Dirks, from Jules Cousin, Nikolai Christensen, Hannes Morin, amongst others. Noah Hipp, Mats Johan Overhoff, and Rafael Jesus rounded out the, well, Michael Becker rounded out the top 10 last time around. So Zevis Christensen leads by nearly half a second. Virus in P2, Arts in P3. There's going to be a change here because Christensen gets through on Cousin. That allowed Hannes Morin to get through. So a nice little opportunity for the 415 from Sweden. The only person from that Scandinavian nation that is here with us this weekend. Maxime Dirks very much embroiled in a battle with Imke Arts and has got past the 405. Let's not forget they are running with the same team now, these two. With Shippers Racing, running on Kart Republic machinery underneath. But Virus has pulled a gap and is trying to close that gap significantly to Fredrik Zevis Christensen. Gap is now metering at about half a second. 4 retirements now, as Brian Anker in the number 409 from France has retired from the race. Biggest mover up the order so far is Hannes Morin. Started on the outside of row 6 in 12th place, now is up to P6. And there you see the likes of Noah Hipp, who's got past Jules Cousin, Mats Johan Overhoff, and also Michael Becker on the 405 Comp Karts entry. So with still time left, Virus has an opportunity. Can he close on Zevis Christensen up ahead? 3.5 minutes still to go. The gap has gone under half a second again. New fastest lap of the race, 55.028 seconds by the Estonian, the 441, Ragnar Virus. And he's got a lead of about 1.2 seconds over Maxime Dirks in P3. Imke Arts, Nikolai Christensen ran out the top 5. With Christensen still leading the Masters classification. Michael Becker is the next best place driver in 10th. But again, as Virus tries to respond to Zebis Christensen. The Dane has that little bit extra. That gap's now nearly gone to 0.6 of a second. And Roger Young is definitely cheering on Mr. Virus as Imke Arts now fires it up the inside and past the number 499 of Maxim Dirix through into turn 2 as the Dutch driver retakes P3. Christensen is there. Morin is there. You've also got Noah Hip. Jules Cousin as up the inside on Maxim Dirix goes the DD2 Masters leader. Nikolai Christensen timed that one perfectly. Considering the fact that this has been the first time in 3 months that Maxim Dirix has been properly in a kart. He's been doing a lot of work with the team at Gebhard Motorsport, also competing in the 2024 Prototype Winter Series by Gedlich Racing. But he is going to do what he can. As all, there's still a little bit of comings together, some slight clashes here or there. So Dirix has got to fend off the likes of Cousin, Overhoff and Becker, who are very much close with him at this time. But Ragnar Virus has been setting fastest laps in comparison with anybody else, as the 409, well, it's not going to be, it's going to provide insult to injury rather than hampering his finishing position. Brian Anker gets a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision, but retired on lap number 3. And Virus again, another new fastest lap. Zebis Christensen, a new personal best. Imke Arts, another new personal best. Nikolai Christensen is lapping just over 0.2 of a second slower, but he's sub 55. Now Christensen isn't one of the youngest DD2 Masters drivers that we actually have on the grid. So for him to be at that kind of pace, I'm not at all surprised. Timer will run out this time. Axel goes in the 4.55. Is going to make that another retirement as of lap number 9. So we are about to complete lap number 11 and go on to the final lap of this race. There's still one more DD2 Masters Heat, which will bring the day to a close, and that will start at 5:55 p.m. local time. As Hannes Morin had Noah Hip right with him going through into turn 2. But here are the two at the front end of the field. Fredrik Zebis Christensen and Estonia's Ragnar Virus, who also made sure he got his own nice Carthletics livery sorted, which actually looks pretty good, to be honest with you. But it is going to come down to the final couple of corners. Fredrik Zebis Christensen started on pole position despite the best efforts of one Maxim Dirix to try and take the win away and have 2 for 2. It's going to be difficult to see who's going to be on pole for tomorrow's Superheat, but it is Fredrik Zebis Christensen that wins Heat 2, Groups A versus C in DD2 and DD2 Masters. You can see the frustration quite evident on Maxim Dirix as he pounded the steering wheel with his left hand in clear frustration. As Zebis Christensen takes the win. Ragnar Virus P2. Imke Arts rounds off a very good day by taking 3rd after that one. Nikolai Christensen, 2 wins in DD2 Masters and not placing outside of the top 6 all day long, so well done to him. Hannes Morin in 5th, Jules Cousin in 6th, Mats Johan Overhoff 7th, head of Maxim Dirix, Noah Hip and Michael Becker, Rafael Jesus, Louis Koch having another good resurgence through this race, finishing P12, ahead of Thomas Rudokas from Lithuania, Victor Frostbait, Luca Neuenhausen, Thomas Piet, Lukas Dolizal with Jan Eckstein and Sung Hung Moon. Rounding out the 19 finishers who completed all 12 laps of racing. On lap 8, we lost Axel Goes. Lap 3, Brian Anker, Marco Treppenpreis, Karl Klebo and Maximilian Adolf we lost on the opening lap.
Penny as well, or not? Last week, yeah. I just saw that.
Sat down, chilling in the sun. So what was all this? What was all this? What was all this? He's outside for it. I'm fucking rally outside. I'll stay away from them clowns. I can't stand being around there. Fun them, and I'll leave them to it. I'll go sit in the camp and relax on my own. Nothing worse than one of them.
Now we get into the final stages of Heat Day. First up, it's Mini Max and Mini Rookie. Heat 3, Groups A versus B. Here is your starting grid. Pole position will be occupied by Oliver Warner, and alongside will be AJ Berggraf. Row 2, it's Vince van der Hallen and Victor Reutz. Row 3, Michael Zayak and Patrikos Jokies, with Jeff Verbeek, Arthur Farrow, Vic van Kampenhout and Mayos Mazinas rounding out the top 10. Completing the top 20, it will be Jenthe Moonen, Ryan Rampadarath, Liam Haug. Then we've got Oliver Spencer, Ivan Czarnega, Andreas Jellerup, Juris Bluxner, Tafin Iskinen, Marco Plinta and Sebastian de Moisac. Completing the 31 strong grid will be Marc-André Quesada, Rodrigo Kakers, Mia Zanki, Dayan Habits, Noah Stehauder, Albert Farrow, Leon Herbos, Torasim Nikas, Matthias Verreken, Tavidas Dagis and Jack Depre. Something a little bit unusual there coming into turn number 10. One driver ended up going off the circuit and then came back onto it. So it is down to Warner and Berggraf to control the pace. They are slowly leading the field out of turn number 11. So 7 minutes plus an additional lap for this final heat of the day. Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. It's going to be a full start. Full start has been called. Drivers now acknowledging it's time to go around for another tour of the circuit. So before the drivers had even started accelerating, the amber flashing light indicating the full start was shown to the drivers. So race director Martin Line is sending them around again. Not happy with how everyone lined up. And we are actually having a red flag for the first time today. Red flag after that initial start. So the drivers will line up at some point on the circuit. If it's not before the red line, before the pit lane, it will be on the start-finish straight. So our start-finish line marshal being talked to by our race director. So the drivers will have to drive slowly towards the start-finish line and park up on the start-finish grid. So red flag for the final heat at this moment. We haven't started the clock yet, so we will have a full restart taking place. So we're going to take you through the grid again for race 11, heat number 3 for Mini Max and Mini Rookie, A versus B. So a complete reset. It's going to be Oliver Warner and AJ Berggraff on the front row, Vince van der Hollen and Victor Reutz row 2, with Zayek, Jokius, Verbeek, Arthur Farrow row 4, completing row 4. Big Van Kampenhout and Marius Mazinas complete row 5, Jenthe Moon and Ryan Rampadarath. Liam Haug, then we've got Oliver Spencer, Ivan Chernega, Andreas Jellerup, Julius Plogsner and David Niskanen, along with Marco Plinter and Sebastian Demoisac rounding out the top 10. Marc-André Quesada, Rodrigo Kakers, Mia Zanki, Dayan Habits, Noah Stehauder, Albert Farrow, Leon Herbos, Taras Simnikas, Matthias Verreken, David Estagis and Jack Depre rounding out the grid. Of course, race director Martin Line are not happy with some of the activities that were happening on the circuit during the formation lap, hence why the red flag was called. So the drivers come out of the final corner. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out. The final heat today for Mini and Mini Rookie is underway as Oliver Warner leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Victor Reutz gets up the inside of AJ Berggraff, who loses quite a few positions, and he's dropped outside of the top 5 by turn 4. Oh, what a spinner out of turn number 4, and it's caused chaos. Several drivers involved, and there's the one, oh dearie me, the 163, Joris Pluxer, well, I can understand the frustration of kicking a possible bit of debris. The other driver there, that is the 112, Andreas Jellerup, clutching his back, but Pluxner had a damaged front nacelle, damaged front fairing, and the kart was an absolute mess. Yeah, one went spinning round and then it just caused a lot of drama behind. But our 2 leaders are going to bring us across the line to complete the opening lap. So it is Oliver Warner leading the way. Vince van der Hollen now up into P2. 3rd, Victor Reutz. 4th is now going to be Michael Zayak, who gets through on Jeff Verbeek. AJ Berggraff and Vic van Kampenhout were wheel to wheel out of turn number 3. And there is Patrikas Jokius in the 125, who picked up a win in one of the earlier heats on last corner, last lap. But Warner leads the way. Through into turn 10 goes the field, as the leaders make their way out of turn 12, as we are set to complete lap number 2. Van der Hollen right with Warner coming across the stripe, 64 thousandths in between them. And Victor Reutz is not that far behind either. Through into turn 3 goes Warner, Van der Hollen, Reutz. There are the 2 karts of Jellerup and Pluxner out on the side of the circuit. And that is on the inside of turns 4 and 5. A little bit wider exit by Oliver Warner coming out of turn number 6 and onto the Europlan here. As they go through into 7, Victor Reutz is right with them. This could give the opportunity, if they start battling away with the likes of Zayak, Verbeek, Van Kampenhout, Jokius, and a few others behind, could be the fact that Oliver Warner might end up being the inadvertent cork in the bottle. And he's got to start defending. And he won't want to be defending at this point of the race. He'll want to be away and clear from those behind. But Van der Hollen, winning the Champions Winter Trophy earlier on this season. And there is a 5-second time penalty. It's going to Jenthe Moon in the 110 as Vince van der Hollen now gets through at turn 2 on Oliver Warner for the race lead. So Jenthe Moonen, who's all the way down the order in 27th place. As Victor Reutz now looks for the move up the inside. That's going to be 3rd place now for Oliver Warner, with Michael Zayak right behind. AJ Berggraf is currently running in 10th place behind Oliver Spencer. Albert Farrow still currently holding on to 8th place in the 124 DHR entry. We're over half time in this race. Change possibly for third. That is going to be Victor Reutz is through. Well, Victor Reutz is second. Zayak through on Warner, who holds on. Van Kampenhout looking up the inside of Jeff Verbeek at turn 2, gets the move done. That's 5th for the 147 from Belgium. Patrikos Jokius is also there in the mix. So the top 23 rounded out by Austria's Mia Zanki, covered by just 9.5 seconds after 4 laps of racing. Still plenty to be pretty much undecided at this moment. But will Vince van der Hollen pull away? If Victor Reutz, Michael Zayak and Oliver Warner have something to say about it, the answer will be a resounding no. But with 2 minutes, there is an opportunity for either those behind the race leader to try and close in on him, or there's an opportunity for the race leader to pull away into the distance. Vic van Kampenhout now gets through on Jeff Verbeek, side by side between Albert Farrow and Oliver Spencer, and Oliver Spencer has managed to make it work. Whereas Mayus Mazinas has just dumped AJ Berggraf out of the top 10 and demoted him to 11th place. Van Kampenhout being followed by Patrikos Jokius as they go through turn 7. Jeff Verbeek is with them at this time in the 126. And Albert Farrow, Mayus Mazinas managing to make a move. And AJ Berggraf has got a car in between himself and Mazinas. That's the 124. Albert Farrow is holding on. It's been a change a little bit further up the order, as Van der Hollen now loses out to the oh, that's a change for the lead. Vince van der Hollen going on to the penultimate lap of this final heat for Mini rookie. Victor Reutz 0.129 behind, pulls the trigger, gets up the inside and says thank you very much, that'll do, and that's the race lead. But Michael Zayak and Oliver Warner are not to be counted out of this battle. We head into the final 25 seconds. We will have one more lap to go after this, and to see who will be our last race winner in the Mini and Mini Rookie classifications. So timer about to count down. 3, 2, 1, and there goes Van der Hollen up the inside through turn 12. Victor Reutz gets the switch back, and that's allowed Zayak to come through. Van der Hollen squeezing him to the right-hand side of the circuit, and Oliver Warner gets through as well. Van der Hollen drops from first out of the final corner, and by turn 2 is now P4. Warner now looks up the inside of Zayak through at turn number 4, gets through for P2. Van der Hollen right with him as they head into turn 6. Van der Hollen trying to force the door open, and Warner is now going to try and defend that place into turn 7. He gets the job done, but that's going to allow Victor Reutz to pull away. So out of turn 9 for the final time here on Heat State. Zayak up the inside. Oh, a little bit of a clash of wheels. Left rear to right front between Zayak and Van der Hollen. But it's going to be out of the final corner for SP Motorsport. Victor Reutz celebrates as he comes out of turn number 12. Reutz wins the final race of the day for Minis ahead of Oliver Warner. Michael Zayak makes it a 2-3 for DHR ahead of Oliver Spencer, who made up, get this, 10 places from 14th to 4th place. Great job there by the young driver from the UK. Jente Moonen has a 5-second time penalty post-race for wrong starting position. I'm afraid. So Yenthi Moonen's final heat goes from bad to really bad through a penalty that will be issued, and drops him down to 26. So Spencer takes fourth. Patricos Jokius, an earlier heat winner, rounds out the top 5 ahead of Vince van der Halen, Vic van Kampenhout, Jeff Verbeek, Myers Mazinas, and the 124 of Albert Ferro rounds out the top 10. AJ Berghoff, Ivan Chernega, Ryan Rampadarath, top mini rookie, round out the top 13. Head of Liam Haug, Macandria Quesada from France, Marco Plinta, Rodrigo Kakers, Albert Ferro, Leon Herbos, Tafin Iskinen complete the top 20. With Miyazaki, Matthias Verreken, Tarasim Nikas, Noah Stehauder, Taufid Astagis, Yenthi Moonen, Dejan Habits, Sebastian Demazak and Jack Depre rounding out the 29 finishers, with Andreas Jäderup and Juris Bluxner out on the opening lap. Now time for the penultimate senior road tax heat. Heat 5, A versus D. And here is your starting grid. On the front row, it's going to be Sverre Ubben on pole position. Alongside will be Robbie Slaughter. Macaulay Bishop and Mika van der Pava line up on row number 2. Row 3, it's Jan Pinto and Arthur Robin. Row 4, Knut Nielsen and Thomas Behrman, with the top 10 completed by Julian Klosman and Mateo Denkovic. Omar Ganoum and Sebastian Koch round out row 6. Row 7, it's Lauren Legault and Elia Papasena. Row 8, Danny Shields and Annabelle Bryan, with row 9 completed by Tino Sidler and Debian Rost. Completing the top 20, it's Leonardo Principali and Ruben Verheyen. Christoph Sala, Emily De Hoys, Scott Westhovens, Emma Scarborough, Freddie Ingram, Magnus Brandt, Lado Kuhanice, Carlos Sasso, Vasil Apostolowski, Galis Kirikovs, Noya Sheloraitis, Christopher Holst, Noah Carlson, Arnold Sabaha, and Benjamin Van Hees round out the 35-strong grid. So into the tram lines we go for the penultimate senior road tax heat. Lights are on, lights are out, we're underway. Sverre Ubben leads the field heading into turns 1 and 2 as Robbie Stordeur tries to keep it pinned round the outside. Might hold on to second, but Macaulay Bishop threads the eye of the needle through on the inside at turn 3. And Atium CEST, well, one of the other drivers, I think that might have been Atul Hoban, the 387, managed to also get through as they're all scrabbling to get through out of turn number 6. One of the KR Sport carts getting caught up on the inside curbing on that hairpin as Hoban gets through, but we've had dramas at turn number 7. There's the 336. Tino Sidler having dramas again, but Sverre Ubben looking to make it that he might be on the front row alongside Jaden Teen. Now Sverre Ubben has already won a heat today. Jaden Teen has won 2. Bishop yet to win a race, but Robin runs very, very wide as, trying to look at who that is, that's one of the MKC carts. I think it might be Leonardo Principali that is on the outskirts of turn 8 and is not taking any further part in this race. So Sverre Ubben still leads the way as the top 7 drivers. Running out by Italy's Elia Papasena. Make their way through turn 10. Nice little bit of a lunge up the inside at turn number 10. Might have been Lauren Lagour possibly in the 305 from Canada. As the 317 of Robbie Stordeur gets through. Oh, Radenkovic having a little bit of sideways momentum, well, sideways motion. Not too sure if there might have been the slices of touches between him and Thomas Behrman, but difficult to see if that was going to be the case. Behrman now defends against Papasena. And Emma Scarborough is also out of the race, I'm afraid. The American driver doing a very good job in the opening 2 heats, managing to be in the top half of the finishing order. For those wondering about Karting Sniper 44, where are the results? Well, if you click on the live timing link, you'll see on the right-hand side where it says links, it will say results, so you can find them all there. So Sverre Ubben leads ahead of Macaulay Bishop, who's just had Robbie Stordeur pass him up the inside through at turn number 2. So Bishop down to 3rd place, Thomas Behrman 4th, ahead of Atul Hoban. Mateo Dankovic now 6th, ahead of Elia Papasena. Knud Nielsen, Sebastian Koch and Mika van der Pavert round out the top 10. And good to see Luca Garasio in chat cheering on Carlos Sasso at the moment, who is currently running P27. There's Behrman trying to put a little bit of pressure onto Bishop coming out of turn 9. And Behrman's going to look for the move up the inside through turn 12, gets the job done, does the 352. And in the meantime, Mika van der Pavert has just lost a position. Might be to, yeah, it was to Omar Ganoum from the UAE, as Robin, Radenkovic all trying to see if they can get past Thomas Behrman, who has lost out to Macaulay Bishop in the battle for P3. Papasena also hoping that he might have an opportunity, but gets passed by Knud Nielsen. And that's for 7th place on the road as things stand. Nielsen fires it up the inside. Oh, touch between Papasena and Radenkovic. And then also the 394 of Sebastian Koch on the mounts the back of Robin, and then it catches out somebody else as well. I think it might have caught out well, I think it was the 387 of Robin that literally got put as in nowhere to go. And, well, there is the 354. I'm sure is going to have a mechanical black flag very shortly, and has, because the 354, that's Annabelle Bryan, has lost the right side pod. That is a safety risk, and has now meant that the car will be called into pit lane and to park it. That's a real shame for Annabelle Bryan from the Netherlands. But Sverre Ubben doing exactly what he needs to do. Gets his opportunity to pull away from the rest behind. As there's been a change for third again. Behrman back past Bishop. And Annabelle Bryan, who's currently running a little bit further back in, what is that, 12th place. She's going to see that and go, ah, right. And she'll know what it's for. But after 6 laps, Sverre Ubben has a comfortable lead of just under 1.1 seconds ahead of Robbie Stordeur. Thomas Behrman and Macaulay Bishop squabbling over third place. So there will be still a little bit more in this race to go, but it's just dependent on if you can keep your nose clean. That's exactly what Sverre Ubben has done so far. Has led every single lap of this race. Oh, someone's got a noisy exhaust, and that is the 343. Well, Elia Papasina, I've seen, has dropped down the order. Noyes Gerolaitis, the Lithuanian driver, is out. And we've got a driver, Lado Kuhenice, that broke formation with all 4 wheels out of the tram lines before the red lights went out. The Georgian will be demoted from wherever he finishes by 5 seconds. And that's going to put him well outside of the top 25 by my reckoning. So Kuhenice, yeah, that'll put him probably 27th, 28th provisionally at this moment, because we haven't quite finished the race yet. Sverre Ubben, again, just starting to extend that lead, lap by lap. We're on to lap 9, and here's a move up the inside of the 371 of Christoph Saller. That was Divian Ross on the CRG that got through, the Can't Stall Benelux Racing Team driver. Long time was a part of the Sable at Bouvin. And just behind them, they've got the 310. Danny Shields has made it up to 12th. Freddie Ingram, Fast Freddie, has made up 11 places in this race so far. The 369 from the United Kingdom, currently up 11 positions, now runs P14. Macaulay Bishop has lost out to Mateo Denkovic. I think he's just lost out to Knud Nielsen, who's just ahead, coming through out of turn number 3. And there they are. There's the 390 and the 367, but Bishop is going to line it up nice and neatly through at turn 7. Gets through on the Dane in the 390. From RS Competition, the team run by Robert Schlunsen, based out of Vojens in Denmark. So this time around, we're going to go on to our penultimate lap. Lap 11 out of 12 will be underway very shortly as Sverre Ubben from GKS Lemons Power crosses the line. His lead over Robbie Stordeur, nearly 1.3 seconds. Thomas Behrman rounds out the top 3. Behrman is gunning for second place. He's caught up with Robbie Stordeur as we have a few seconds on the clock. Knight up the inside, a little bit of elbows out from Thomas Behrman, and he gets through on Robbie Stordeur, closes off turn 7, nice and neatly. Stordeur trying to do going one way, then the other. And now Radenkovic is right with them in the 333. Young driver who's going to run in the BNL Karting Series this year, having spoken to his dad Alexander a little bit earlier on this year. And Macaulay Bishop stays ahead of Knud Nielsen for the moment. Final lap underway. Thomas Behrman is in second, but Robbie Stordeur has other ideas. Fires it up the inside of the 352 from KR Sport, but Behrman is not wanting to let it go. Radenkovic is there or thereabouts. Into turn 6, Behrman up the inside. Radenkovic gets the crossover on the pair of them. Great work there, Mateo Radenkovic up the inside through turn 6 from 4th to P2 at the snap of her fingers. Great work there by the youngster who's made his move up into seniors for 2024. And whilst this trio are battling, it's time to focus on our race leader. And this could very much put Sverre Ubben on the front row. It's not just one victory, it's two for the 346 of GKS Lemons Power's very own Sverre Ubben, who wins by 2.5 seconds. Mateo Radenkovic takes P2, having started 10th on the grid, and also pockets the fastest lap of the race, 55.321 seconds. Just a few laps ago. Robbie Stordeur, Thomas Behrman, Macaulay Bishop, Knud Nielsen ran at the top 6. Omar Ganoum from the UAE rounds out 7th ahead of Mika van der Pavert. Devin Horst, Danny Shields, Jan Pinto, Christoph Saller, Freddie Ingram, Sebastian Koch and Julian Klosman ran at the top 15. Benjamin Van Hees, Emily de Hoys, Lauren Legault, Christopher Holst, and Scott Westhovens ran at the top 20. Carlos Salso finished 21st ahead of Noah Carlson. Vasil Apostolowski, Tino Sidla and Galis Kirikovs ran at the top 25 ahead of Lado Kuhanidze. Ruben Verheyen, Magnus Brandt and Arnaud Saboin from Canada, who rounds out the 29 finishes lap 7 due to a mechanical black flag through a missing right-hand side pod. We lost Annabelle Briand, Noyes Gerolaitis, Elia Papacina, Arthur Robin. We lost on laps 6, 5 and 4 respectively, with Leonardo Principali and Emma Scarborough out on the opening lap.
Driver featured Oliver Spencer, Minimax driver Oliver Spencer, driver 142. I repeat, driver 142. If the driver and the entrant, please report to the stewards immediately. Thank you.
Let's take you through the grid for the 6th and final senior heat. It's groups B versus C. So let's have a look at it. Boluet starts from pole position. Lawrence Herbos alongside on the front row. Jaden Teen and Mario Sidler on row 2. Tom Langlois and Vic Stevens complete the top 3 rows ahead of Luke Kirstens with Archie Button. Kai Hunter and Teresa Babichkova complete the top 10. Jort van Wyk, Armand Hamilton, Sam Bergstein, George Nassar, Artyom Sestikovs, Olivier Jonkers, Romas Rodinovs, Luka Prima, Gustav Zusakovs, Ava Anagnostiidis due to start 20th ahead of David Outlechner. Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Park Gubbles, Alex Duncan, Alexandru Volta, Karl Korenik, Luca Den Hartog, Manolo Sendan, Bram Plomp, Adish Mehta, Dante Sima, Simon Pierre, Matta Spike, Jake Bezelbeck and Ralph van der Paver round out the 35 strong grid. If Jaden Thien finishes 5th or higher, then he will be on pole position for his super heat tomorrow. Sverre Ubben placed 6th in the opening heat of the day that Jaden Thien just so happened to win. But now they're against each other. Out of the final corner into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. Full start straight away. Full start straight away. Race director Martin Liner not happy with that one. He's sending them around again. I think the front 3 to 4 rows may have caught the rest of the grid out a little bit, so they've sent them around again. So let's calm the nerves. Right, okay. Ava Anagnostiidis is going to be starting from the repair area in the dummy grid. So the DHR driver, the 396, running with the Alpine Racer Academy, which has people such as Abby Pulling and Alice Powell involved with that program. Abby Pulling running in F1 Academy, so one of the competitors to Emily de Hoys this season in single-seaters. But Jaden Thien so far this weekend has pulled off one of the best moves, if not the best move so far, which was round the outside, taking the lead at turn 2, and just literally within the first lap having a 1.4 second advantage. So will it be a clean sweep for Jaden Thien like he did at the kickoff? Well, at this rate, the rate that he's going, it could very well be on. But it's Loette and Herbos that have the front row. Out of the final corner, they split, head into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out, we're back underway. The final heat for Senior Rotax gets going. Jaden Thien taking a little bit more of a better approach on this particular occasion, but there is possibly going to be something happening. Oh, we've had a drama. 308 has just gone off. 360 has just gone off. So Manolo Senda and Luca Den Hartog. I just saw Ava Anagnostiidis. Oh, we've had more dramas at turn 6. Adish Mehta, Puck Gubbles. And who is the other one? Well, that's got a very out of position right-hand side pod. And they start arguing. Oh, dearie me, we've got more dramas. And we've got the 331. That's possibly on a Hunter Motorsport chassis. 331, George Nassar. Now, who is the other driver? That's Teresa Babichkova, I believe. Babichkova might be out. It is. Teresa Babichkova suffers dramas on the first lap in the final heat, just like Kai Hunter did in Heat 1. Hunter was out by turn 10. Babichkova, before they even came to the exit of turn number 9. As the field makes its way down the Europelan once again, Wout Kirstens trying to battle against Kai Hunter, Jort van Wyk, Vic Stevens, Sam Bergstein. Boluet is a little bit further up the road than those 5 drivers would like. And Jaden Teen again out in front. He wants to make sure that there is absolutely no doubt whatsoever. And Jaden Teen's lead now is 1.4 seconds and climbing. Hunter trying to get through on Kirstens, but it's easier said than done. Meantime, Bergstein gets through on Stevens. And that's the 398 of Lawrence Herboz, who gets through on Tom Langlois. They've also got Mario Sidler for close company. And the 358 is out of the race. That's a real shame. Luca Brima out, and the kart is stricken on the grass on the outside of the exit of turn 3 and heading into 4. As Hunter now has broken the deadlock. He's gotten through on Wout Kirstens. And now he's going to start chasing after Boluet. Meantime, Jort van Wyk gets through on Wout Kirstens. They've got Sam Bergstein, Tom Langlois, Mario Sidler. Who else is with them? Armand Hamilton, Archie Buttle, Artyom Sestakovs. You might even have Gustav Susakovs along with that, along with David Outlechner. So that is a lengthy train where Jort van Wyk is the person that's at the front end of it. 6.5 minutes to go. So already we've lost Manolo Sendan, Puck Gubbles, George Nassar, Teresa Babichkova. Karl Karenik from Estonia might also be out. And Luca Prima might also, well, Luca Prima's definitely out. That kart has not gone anywhere. As there goes the move for second. It's now in the hands of Kai Hunter from Hunter Motorsport. He gets through on the youngster who was runner-up in last year's Grand Finals at Bahrain. Jort van Wyk and Wout Kirstens are nearly wheel to wheel. Van Wyk's going to throw it up the inside through at turn 7. Gets the move done. Vic Stevens is there with them, along with Lawrence Herboz. Oh, dearie me. They are going to really have to watch themselves. But there you see how dominant Jaden Teen has been all weekend so far. Wasn't the fastest in qualifying, but was at the sharp end, the right place, right time. Bram Plomp becomes the latest casualty as well. Right, dive bomb up the inside by Vic Stevens. And that was through on Wout Kirstens for position. That was P5. Jaden Teen, after 5 laps, are on lap 6 with 4 minutes and 50 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. It's 2.4 seconds ahead of Hunter. Hunter's put in the fastest lap of the race, 56.328. Boluet third. Fourth, Jort van Wyk, then Wout Kirstens, Vic Stevens, Lawrence Herboz, Tom Langlois rounding out 8th place. Sam Bergstein and Mario Sidler completing the top 10 places. Move up the inside into the final corner. The Summer's still trying to get through. But Jaden Teen still at the front end. Gap being slightly truncated by Hunter in the last few moments of this race. But it's 2.361 seconds after 6 laps. That's the lead that Jaden Teen has. Vic Stevens has got the new fastest lap of the race, 56.026 seconds. We're down to 28 drivers. Luca Den Hartog being the last of them at the moment. Ava Adagnostiidis has moved up to 25th amidst all the carnage that has happened on the circuit, where we have lost 7 drivers. So things have stabilised quite a bit, particularly at the front end of the field. Now, has Jaden Teen pulled away, or has Kai Hunter closed that gap? It's the latter. 55.835 seconds has moved from one of the KR Sport Karts. That was on Mario Sidler. That was Archie Buttle. Textbook performance there in terms of the move being executed rather nicely. Buttle was right behind Sidler, was within that 10.5 second window, thought about it, went for the move, got it done. And Archie Buttle is now 1 position away from where he qualified. However, Mario Sidler is coming under a little bit of salvo fire. Tom Langlois nearly able to get through on the Swiss driver, but Armand Hamilton has made it through. And a little bit of gesticulation there from Tom Langlois, as if to say to Mario Sidler, come on man, what on earth are you doing? That was probably for what was happening coming out of turn number 9. They have got to watch themselves because they've got Gustav Zusakovs right with them. And along with him is Ollie Yonkers in the 316. Alex Duncan is just behind them as well in the 363. Ralph van der Pavert has made his way up from the back end of the field and is more than halfway through it at the minute. He's made up 19 places and is currently P16, looking for more opportunities to move up the order. And the first one in his crosshairs is Alex Duncan. However, Boluet is going to lose positions. So he's dropped down from 3rd. He's dropped behind Vic Stevens and Jort van Wyk. And now Lawrence Herboz and Wout Kirstens are trying to get through. Sam Bergstein waiting in the wings. Archie Buttle is there. Armand Hamilton not too far behind either. Moet goes defensive into turn number 6. Herboz might be looking for the inside line, but Boluet neatly covers that off. Into turn 7. He's going to run wide through turn 8. We pretty much all park it on the racing line. And that can nicely tee somebody up for making a move through into turn 9. We've seen that several times this weekend. However, Archie Buttle leaves it right up until the last moment to get through. Rather neat and tidy by a couple of millimetres on Sam Bergstein, the 318 from the Netherlands. So 2 laps to go, and Jaden Teen, again, just starting to pull a gap. Extending that gap that was around about 2 seconds at one point. Right, penalty coming in for driver 331, George Nassar, and that will be for the collision between himself and Teresa Babichkova at turn number 9 on the opening lap. So 3, 2, 1. Time has expired in the 6th and final Senior Rotax Heat. And Jaden Teen next time around will see the sign that he's been privy to be seeing all weekend long in these respective heats. It'll be last lap. Alexandru Volta, the latest driver to retire, which means that we have lost 8 Senior Rotax drivers. Volta out on lap number 7. So the final lap is underway. Jaden Teen has a lead of 2.23 seconds over Kai Hunter. Vic Stevens, Jort van Wyk, Boluet, Lawrence Herboz, Wout Kirstens, and Archie Buttle round out the top 8. The Buttle gets a really good run coming out of turn 6. There is the race leader. Wasn't on pole position after time qualifying this morning, but he's done exactly what he's needed to do. Get to the front and pull away from the rest of the opposition, because here on Heat State, there's going to be one person and one person only that's going to go on to pole position tomorrow. Out of the final corner, it's the clean sweep. Jaden Teen, 3 for 3 here at the Home of Champions. And each of his victories have been over 2 seconds between him and the driver that finishes runner-up in this race. This time around, Kai Hunter from Hunter Motorsport in the 385. Vic Stevens takes P3, ahead of Jort van Wyk, and Boluet rounding out the top 5 places. Lawrence Herboz, Wout Kirstens, Archie Buttle, Ahmed Hamilton, Sam Bergstein ran at the top 10. Gustav Zustakovs rounds out 11th ahead of Tom Lenoir. Mario Sidler, Alex Duncan, Ralph van der Paver rounds out the top 15, making up 20 places by the end of this race. Ollie Yonkers, Artyom Sestakovs, David Outlechner, Romans Rodinovs and Dante Simo ran out the top 20 ahead of Tonis Johannes Tumingas. Simon Pierre, Marta Spike, Eva Anagnosiadis, Adish Mehta, Jake Bezelbeck and Luca Den Hartog rounding out the 27 finishers. We lost 8 karts in that race. Lap 7, Alexandru Volta. Lap 3, Bram Plomp. Luca Prima, lap 2, Karl Korenik, lap 1. On the first bit of lap 2. Out on lap 1, Teresa Babichkova, Puck Gubbles, Manolo Senda and George Nassar. But it's 3 for 3 for Jaden Teen here at the Home of Champions on Heat Day.
Driver announcements for George Nassar, 331 by Central, reports to schools immediately. George Nassar, 331, senior race out, pass entrance to schools immediately. Thank you.
So it's time for race 14 of the meeting, Heat 3, Junior Road Tax, Groups A versus B. On the front row, it's going to be Boaz Maximov, and alongside him, countryman Max Swiderski. Row 2, it's a DHR Row 2. Jacob Ashcroft and Tom Streller will round that out. Thomas Verheyen will be joined by Cameron Nelson on Row 3, with Lorenzo Giaquinto and Ollie Wise on Row 4. Bland van der Weyken and Rory Armstrong complete the top 10. Ahead of Alexander Van Meeuwen and Lieke van Berkel completing Row 6. Row 7, Andrea Remy from Switzerland and Tom Heger from Germany. Isaac Barker from the UK will be joined by Georgia's Mate Kobahidze on Row 8. Antoine Lemieux from Canada and from the UK, Elliot Surtees round out Row 9. Completing the top 20 from Estonia, Hans Markus Neruskan from Finland, Enzo Riccio. Lars Lambers and Jim Bach round out row number 11 with Marco Fali from Hungary, Dragos Avisil-Kutai from Austria, Timothy Tarasiuk from Belarus, Bastian Ottensama from Austria, Marcel Fali from Hungary, and Jake Menton from the Netherlands, completing the 28-strong grid. Harry Bartle has won 2 heats, which pretty much puts him on pole position for tomorrow, for one of the 2 super heats tomorrow. But someone has got to take bragging rights in this third and final heat as Groups A and B go into battle. Revs rise, they're in the tram lines, lights are on, lights are out. Heat 3 underway for Junior Road Tax as Maximov tries to hold on to the race lead. There has been an incident and that has caused a chain reaction, and 2 carts caught on each other. The 255 Hans Markus Neruskan and the 242 of Belgium's Lars Lambers have come together, and well, Hans Markus Neruskan's front bumper looks otherwise more than indented. It looks like it's about to be ripped off the chassis. Bent inwards after a result of that impact, but one person got caught up in the mid-pack. However, at the front end of the field, drivers now trying to start to dictate a little bit of a rhythm, but it's early doors in this race. The opening lap can be a bit frenetic, but it is Maximov that looks to lead the way. Ashcroft is second. Third looks to be Tom Streller, which it is. Fourth, it's Nelson. Fifth, it's Giaquinto from Italy. Rory Armstrong now up from 10th and is currently running P6. Thomas Verheyen. Oh, Max Swiderski had Ollie Wise up the inside and past him. That was a great move by the 256 from KR Sport. So Swiderski finds himself in 9th place. But a great move there, early doors by Ollie Wise as we are on lap 2. Maximov trying to stride away, but Ashcroft and Streller will not let him go. Let's not forget these 3 battled amongst each other for the last few seasons from, I think it was 2022, 2023. Streller and Maximov decided to go to juniors. Ashcroft stayed for another year in minis, and Ashcroft is now leading. So with 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go, it's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2. Make that 1-2 and 4 with Cameron Nelson. Fending off Lorenzo Giaquinto from Italy in 5th. Rory Armstrong not that far behind. Ollie Wise has set the new fastest lap of the race. Well done, Ollie. 58.394 seconds by the 2:56 from KR Sport. Alexander Van Meeuwen rounds out the top 10. But Ashcroft leads as next time around we'll head on to lap 4. No surprise, Hans Markus Narusk is out of the race on the opening lap after the as we've got a 3-second time penalty. 2-3-4 has been found to be 2 wheels out of the tram lines. Antoine Lemieux from Canada, who's all the way down in 20th position, will have an additional 3 seconds added to the total race time after this session has been completed. But now Tom Strella leads the way, having got through on Jacob Ashcroft. Boris Maximov is still riding with them at the moment, but this is going to allow Nelson and Giaquinto to close on in. Past half time, Strella looks over the right shoulder, sees Ashcroft there, as well as Maximov. Maximov trying to put the hurry up onto Ashcroft coming out of turn number 11. And Ashcroft starts to defend. Nice defence there by the 222. Max Sidursky, I think, has just got through on Thomas Verheyen for position. That's for 8th on the road. As an attempt there through into turn 3 on Jacob Ashcroft. Caught out Boris Maximov, and there is Cameron Nelson, the 241, who was looking very, very good in the final at the BNL Karting Series kickoff 2 weeks ago before the weather decided his fate and put him 3rd on the rostrum. Now he's just got through at turn 7, and that's for P3 on Boris Maximov. Giaquinto could very much factor into this in the dying 2 minutes and 20 seconds, plus an additional lap of this final junior Rotax heat out of 3. Ollie Wise is driving that Cosmic chassis like he stole it. He's been putting in more fastest laps than anybody else. And with coming up to just under 2 minutes to go, he's just set a new fastest lap, 57.626 seconds. Ashcroft now trying to hustle his way past Tom Strella through turn 6. So we could have more than just 5. We could possibly have a grandstand finale. We could have 6, maybe even more, depending on how much pace Rory Armstrong has got in the OTK chassis underneath him. And Armstrong has, in the meantime, lost out to Max Sidursky for that 7th place. But Strella still hanging on. Now Ashcroft decides this is the opportunity for me to get through, but he runs wide. Strella has a little bit of a slight wheel rub with the side pod on the right-hand side of Ashcroft. This now means that Boris Maximov decides, okay, let's go for it. Up the inside of Giaquinto through turn 2, tries to go Ollie Wise, but can't make the move stick. Now Max Sidursky makes it 7 drivers, all that could win this final heat. Down the Europalan again they go. Giaquinto late on the brakes. Ollie Wise has just been passed by Max Sidursky, who's now up into 6th. Sometimes it's not always about going for broke, it's about knowing when your chances present themselves, when your opportunities become visible. And that's exactly what Max Sidursky has just showcased over the last couple of laps. Giaquinto starts defending sternly. Sidursky forces him wide. Wise gets through on the Italian too. And then Rory Armstrong is right with the Italian in his own right. And Armstrong could have an opportunity, but the top 4 have broken away. It's Ashcroft, Strella, Maximov and Nelson. Timer has expired. Next time around it will be the last lap, 1,360 metres 12 turns in a clockwise direction that these drivers will have to make their way through whilst battling each other. But keep your eyes on those behind. Swiderski will factor into this. Wise will factor into this, because this quartet at the front end have been battling. It's going to be more like 10 karts, maybe even more than that. I think I even I spotted Tom Reger from Germany. He's at the back end of this 12 kart train. And now it's all going to start unfolding. Nelson gets up into P3. Swiderski is going to try and get through on Maximov. Waited and didn't get through. Ollie Wise gets through on the 297. Maximov tries to get through on Cameron Nelson. Nelson says, no, you don't, through turn number 3. But Ashcroft is going to be at the mercy of Tom Streller, and had already started defending when they came out of turn number 6. So Ashcroft has got to really start defending and keep that kart cornering on rails, but not make any mistakes. Nelson is in this, Maximov is in this. And then Ollie Wise is away from the likes of Rory Armstrong, who's just behind Max Swiderski. Boris Maximov trying to find his way past Cameron Nelson, but it's going to be the run to the line out of the final corner. Who's going to get the job done? It is going to be a different winner. It's going to be Jacob Ashcroft. Ashcroft wins by just under 0.2 of a second. After 9 laps of racing, Jacob Ashcroft picks up the win in the final heat of the day in the junior division. Finishing ahead of Tom Streller, with Cameron Nelson rounding out a Dan Holland Racing 1, 2, 3. Boris Maximov in 4th. Ollie Wise started 8th, finishes in P3. Max Swiderski ends up finishing in 6th ahead of Rory Armstrong. Lorenzo Giaquinto in 8th ahead of Alexander Van Meeuwen, with Thomas Verheyen completing the top 10. Lieke van Beckel, Tom Reger, Dragos Avisil Kutai, Andrea Remy, Jake Menton, another great performance by the 232, making up 13 places to finish 25th. Isaac Barker, Enzo Riccio, Jim Buck, Mate Korbehidze and Blan van der Weyken ran out the top 20. Elliot Surtees, Timothy Tarasiuk, Marco Fali, Bastian Ottensamer from Austria ran out the top 24. Ahead of Marcel Fali, with Antoine Lemieux and Lars Lambers rounding out the drivers that finished. And unfortunately, on the opening lap, we lost Hans Markus Narusk from Estonia, but Ashcroft wins the final junior Rotax heat of the day. Now to conclude Heats Day, it's the final heat, Groups A versus B for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid one more time today. So Fredrik Zevis Christensen will be lining up on pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Belgium's Nicolas Guillaume in the 491. Row 2, it's the 441 of Estonia's Ragnar Vidas and the 407 of Germany's Nikita Genza. It's France and Denmark on row 3 with the 451 of Jules Cousin and the 422 of William Christensen. Rafael Jesus from the UAE in the 418 will be joined by Latvia's Thomas Birstins on row 4 in the 411. France and Lithuania complete the top 10 courtesy of the 414 of Noah Hipp and the 435 of Maxim Shirkov. Michael Becker in the 504 and Martin Zinovskis in the 420. Round out row 6 with an all DD2 Masters row 7, courtesy of Carl Clebon in the 540 and the 599 of Christophe Capitain. Victor Frostbay in the 430 will be joined by the 448 of Victor Sendin on row 8, with Luca Neuenhausen in the 488 and Kian de Brandt on the 450 entry will complete row 9. Completing the top 20, Jan Eckstein in the 421 and Niels Böhler on the 522. With Axel Goes in the 455, the 529 of Camille Kubera, the 515 of Sang Hang-un and the 428 of Dylan LaHaye completing the grid. Great comment there, Roger Young. Estonian Viking Ragnar who doesn't drink, and then several beer glass emojis and a few laugh out loud emojis for good measure. Throughout 37, what category is this? It's DD2 and DD2 Masters. It's a 2-speed gearbox category, partnered with a 125 Rotax Max Evo engine. So it's going to be down to Fredrik Zevis Christensen and Nicolas Guillaume to control the pace on the rolling start. Into the tram lines, red lights are on. It's a full start. Race director not happy with the formation and sends them around again for another lap. So 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap, and then we've also got the red lights reignited on the starting gantry for the second time of asking. Once everything's good to go, they will let them loose and they will accelerate towards turns 1 and 2. Brilliant weather all day so far today. Sunshine, highs of 26 degrees Celsius. Air temperature, humidity still has been stationary at around about 39–40% all day long. So the field makes its way out of the final corner. Revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out. Second time of asking. Zevis Christensen leads DD2 and DD2 Masters Heat 3 into turn numbers 1 and 2. And Guillaume using the runoff area, but Ragnar Vidas trying to go around the outside. He's trying to keep it pinned. Could not get through for second. Jules Cousin might have had an opportunity to leapfrog past the Estonian in third place through out of turns 3 and 4, but there was no opportunity there for that to happen. Noah Hipp past Thomas Berstins on the start. Rafael Jesus has got past William Christensen. Early goings as the drivers make their way out of turn number 9. As one of the drivers looks to go up the inside. One of the Door Motorsport carts went a little bit wide. That could have been Nikita Genza. Out through turn number 10. And has got a couple of drivers right behind. Bitterson's being one, Shurko being one. Michael Becker being there too. Nikita Genza has dropped to 7th place and might be under threat from, and he is under threat from Thomas Bitterson's. The 4-1-1. Roger, it's good to be back on the mic. But of course now, these drivers are going to be pushing hell for leather over the next 8.5 minutes. And it's not going to be easy. Genza has got an absolute freight train of competitive drivers right behind him. Birstins, Shurko amongst others. Carl Klebor being one of them as well. He might be one of the more veteran drivers in the DD2 Masters category, but if you get him on a good day, Carl Klebor can pedal as better as well as anybody in the DD2 class, let alone Masters. Dylan LaHaye nearly tripping up over somebody else. As through goes somebody, Janovskis went through on Becker at turn 2. And it's going to be a change for second. Overtake carried out by Ragnar Virus, but the crossover has been attempted and has been completed by Nicolas Guillaume. William Christensen gets through. Jules Cousin gets through. So Ragnar Virus from second down the Europalan, and by the exit of turn number 7 finds himself in the clutches of Francis Noah Hip in the 4-1-4, and more than anything else, finds himself in 5th. Guillaume looks to go up the inside of Christensen, gets the job done. That's P2 for the Belgian. Now Cousin pulls the trigger. He also gets through at turn 2 using the slipstream. Down the long start-finish straights and into the fast right-hand kink. It's very deceptive. Turns 1 and 2, and the reason being you've got to be flat out through the kink, then you're hard on the brakes, and then you've got to turn the kart in. As Christensen was looking up the inside of Cousin through turn 7. No room there for the Dane to get through on the Frenchman. Now Virus looking up the inside. Neat move there by the Estonian on the Dane of William Christensen. The 422 loses out of position and goes down to 5th, but then attacks once again up the inside of the Estonian through out of turn number 12. Genza is there. Hip is there. There's several other drivers that really could factor in to the bottom part of the top 5. As one of the drivers gets muscled out a little bit, it was the 418 of Rafael Jesus from the United Arab Emirates. Frederick Zebis Christensen has a lead of over 7/10 of a second over Nicolas Guillaume. Jules Cousin now rounds out the top 3. But it's Ragnar Virus. William Christensen now looking for the move up the inside. Into Cafe Corner at turn 10. Makes the move stick. And also in that time, Nikita Genza stays ahead of Noah Hip. Several drivers deciding to go very, very deep under braking into the final corner at turn number 12. Nikita Genza again defends against Noah Hip, who's got someone up the inside, and that was Maxim Shurko through the 435 from Lithuania with a team, if it's the Lithuanian Viral Art Squad. I'm sure that a certain Martinas Stankovičius will be in action here this coming week for the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. These days, well, now being run through WSK Promotion SRL. So Frederick Zebis Christensen still continues to lead with 4.5 minutes to go. And he's trying to pull that gap a little bit further away from Nicolas Guillaume, who's trying his best. But at the moment, Christensen seems to have Guillaume's number. The gap is just over 7/10 of a second. But Guillaume has responded with the fastest lap of the race so far, 55.137 seconds. So several drivers are in the mix for at least third or second position. Victor Frostbait has managed to make up 5 places and has now reached 10th place. So from 15th to 10th, Dylan LaHaye nearly halfway through the field at the moment is the 428 from Belgium, running with SP Motorsport. He still has a chance to get into the top 10. He's got Michael Becker, Martin Zinovskis and Victor Frostbait in front of him. And there they are, just coming into shot just briefly through into turn number 12. Sebis Christensen just keeping a consistent pace. Looking at the previous lap times. Previous lap time from Fredrik Sebis Christensen, 55.180. A 55.217 on lap 6, a 55.417 on lap 5. Nicolas Guillaume, however, it was slightly different. Was nearly a tenth slower on lap 5, a 55.509 to the 55.137 on lap 6, and did a 55.241. So the pendulum is swinging one way or the other, but not to a significant extent that Guillaume is trying to close that gap. But Sebis Christensen not letting it happen. Nikita Genza just flung it up the inside of Ragnar Veres as if it was nothing, and Veres tries to do, I remember a certain move attempted by Max Timmermans on Jordan Brown-Nutley back in April of 2018 in that same part of the circuit, and they both came together. The good thing was Ragnar Veres was wise to it, decided, I'm not going to go for it, I'm not going to chance it, I need to be as high up the order as possible to facilitate my grid place for the Super Heat tomorrow. That's very, very important indeed. The higher up the order you finish, the less points you score, and that helps. If it's 36 karts on a grid, that will be 1 Super Heat only, whereas Dylan LaHaye has not finished what he started about 8 minutes and 20 seconds ago. He is now, I think, might be in the top 10. Let's wait for it to come on in. Dylan LaHaye now 10th. So from 24th to 10th position, 14 places gained, and new fastest lap, a 54.666 for the 428 from SP Motorsport. And he is closing in on Thomas Birsins from Latvia, the 411. But in the meantime, what did I say about Nicolas Guillaume? He's got to start fighting. He's got to start pulling that gap closer and closer. Well, Fredrik Sebis Christensen is not out of the wilderness yet. With a minute to go, Guillaume has got the fire lit in the belly. There's going to be 2 more laps to go once we cross the line this time. Lap 10 completed, 2 to go. Gap is less than 2.7 tenths. And Guillaume went a tenth of a second quicker than Sebis Christensen on that previous lap. So into turn 6 for what is more than likely going to be the penultimate time here on Heat Day. Timer is counting down and Guillaume senses an opportunity and will wait until the last moment when he knows that Fredrik Sebis Christensen will not be able to retaliate and counter that attack to retake the lead into turn 10. Timer now expires. Out of turn 11 come the 2 leaders. 1 more lap to go in the final heat of the day here on Heats Day for the opening round of the season. 0.3 is the gap. Sebis Christensen might have done enough in his mind, but Guillaume will want to win the race, because then you have 3 different race winners from 3 different heats. It was Maxime Dirix in the opening heat, Fredrik Sebis Christensen in heat 2, and looks to do the double. But Guillaume could make it very interesting in the superheat if he's able to pull off an absolute miracle. But at the minute, he might just decide, you know what, I'd love to have the win, that'd be great, but I might be better off conserving, ready for tomorrow. But it's going to be out of the final corner. Didix won the first heat. It's heats 2 and 3 because out of the final corner, Fredrik Sebis Christensen from Denmark wins the final heat of the day, and more importantly, that of DD2 and DD2 Masters, by just over 2.5 tenths of a second in front of Nicolas Guillaume. William Christensen makes it a Danish 1-3 ahead of Jules Cousin. Nikita Genza rounds out P5 ahead of Maxime Shurko. Noah Hipp, Dylan LaHaye finishes in 8th place. And you'll probably have an understanding why when I go down the rest of the finishing order. Victor Frostbay, 9th. Martin Zinovskis, 10th. Thomas Birstens, 11th. Carl Clebot, Victor Sendin, Christophe Capitan, Rafael Jesus, Luca Neuenhausen, Axel Goes, Neil Berler, Kian de Brandt, Jan Eckstein, Kamil Kubera, Sung Hung Moon, and Ragnar Virus ends up 23rd. Michael Becker out with a lap to go. So I think there were dramas towards the bottom part of the top 10. Becker out, Virus down at the bottom. But Fredrik Sebis Christensen from RS Competition provisionally books his place on pole position for the Superheat tomorrow morning. Well, time qualifying in the books. All 15 heats today done and dusted. The calm now settles in where people have the opportunity to have a little bit of a respite and get themselves ready for tomorrow. It's been great being back in the booth again up here in the commentary position. 15 exciting heats, drama, frenetic activity, but also some great racing as well. Tomorrow morning, we start things off on the live stream here on the BNL Karting Series YouTube channel at 10:40 in the morning. We'll kickstart things off with a pair of super heats for Mini and Mini Rookie, the pair of heats, the super heats for juniors, then DD2 Masters, and then seniors will take us to the lunch break, and then the top 36 for Mini and Mini Rookie. Junior and senior will make it through to the top 36 final for the respective classes, with the final starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, local time, Central European summertime. So on behalf of all the team here at the BNL Karting Series, thank you so much for tuning in. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night.